they not bad like me air nights. It's a rare sight, yeah. Steady aim with precision, equal vision with a clear sight. Better go get your affairs right. Them boy, they not bad. None of them boy, them not bad. Road back, live in my bar. If you mark, them not bad. You know regular. Me see them hard, them not bad. Me a new type of artillery. I am Tom and Jerry. All the blue, you got that airstrike. Not bad. Me every night, I'm on the air side. Steady aim, them not bad. And it's the vision, we got air side. Better to get your fit. Them boy, they not bad.
You always make up something, you know I try to pray for you. Even when we're touching, you always make a fussing. Okay, I'm pushing, don't test my patience. I'm trying to pace it. You kept me waiting, I try to pray for you. I try to pray for you. Try to play for you. I try to play for you, for you, for you. I try to play for you, for you. I try to play for you. For you, even when there's nothing, you always make up something. You know I try to pray for you. Even when we're touching, you always make a fuss. Okay, I'm patient, don't test my patience. I'm trying to pace it. You kept me waiting, I try to pray for you. Okay, I'm patient, it cannot wait 'cause you test my patience. I try to pray for you, for you, for you. I try to pray for you. Try to pray for you. I try to pray for you. I try to pray for you, for you, for you. I try to pray for you. Pray for you.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the RSC. It is Championship Saturday. Doesn't have quite the same ring to Championship Sunday, but that's for the elites, of course, tomorrow. But Rival will certainly not care, because we do have a few teams still left within the competition looking to have a champion. But we do have one in the booth himself, but not on air. Our fabulous producer, Kendo, bringing all the live pictures to you. But from everybody from Team Serene that's still left in the competition is on today. But Pegasus, how are you?
I'm doing great at the moment. I'm really excited for a night of Rival and to crown another champion. Obviously, I'd love it to be my boys playing in below a bracket at the moment after a loss yesterday to Ash. Ash are now in the uppers, and they'll actually be playing off stream, I believe, or actually no, an admin, right? An admin. I think they've got an admin because they're going to be playing against Ash, because the B stream, unfortunately, we couldn't quite make it happen. But today we're going to be looking at that other side of the upper bracket. 20 Robin were able to land a 3-0 sweep versus Shock, so they will head into this second day, of course, playing Tizok, the first seed, a very dangerous looking team coming from a very dangerous organization, as we of course found out in the challenger tier. The GM and the AGM on this roster looking to lead the charge and continue with that great example they want to set. This 20 Robin team, however, being in the same conference as them, being in Ignis, they have played twice already this season, and Danny, they have both been draws. Luckily, we get to throw the draws out of the window here for the playoff stage, but it leaves space to go into there, which we haven't quite seen before this season.
It is quite interesting. We could spend the entirety of a podcast length here talking about the types of matchups that have only been draws and the what-ifs sort of scenario being put forth here. That's always going to be the question, especially in league play, when you do have a draw as an option, but that's no longer the case, rightly stated by yourself. But instead of going for the idea of what is and what isn't, how about the predictions? Because I suppose that's the last sense of unknowns, shall we say, that's on it. Where's yours going?
Well, I will be going for 3-2 Tizok. I felt like I had to give this one a game 5. I couldn't see it finishing earlier just because of those two results we saw before. I had a little bit of a conversation with the producer today, and it's fair to say he influenced my decision a little bit there. So yeah, Tizok 3-2. They were also the first seed heading into this. They didn't even have to play in play-ins, and I think they'll keep that second life. And Danny, I know your opinions on predictions, but why didn't you just throw it out there to the wind?
Well, I went 3-2 Tizzix as well, mostly because I don't care, because everybody in RSC knows that I'm not really a man that does the prediction. However, what does happen quite regularly is, of course, the players on the action itself here. The first game on the Championship Saturday underway. Tizzix in the golden colour will be unfortunately conceded by the Robin.
And 9 seconds heading into this. Tizok already find themselves on the score sheet. This is their first time playing in a knockout stage of the regular league season. And what a way to make an entrance. The GM with an instant impact.
Usually when we've been talking about sort of AGM and GM combos that are actively playing, and actually I don't have the statistics in front of me, which is a shame, but on gut feeling, normally not a very good statistic. Usually goes quite poorly for them, but Tizzix seems to be making it work so far this evening. Let's see, however, sitting deep back here, beating off the ball here, the man usually putting the B stream on. Well, he's on centre stage here. That's an infield pass in play. Cut on out is the recovery there. Post will actually help the defensive side there, and a counter could break out.
And he couldn't quite flick that one out more, but Wonder will put this ball forward to set up his GM yet again. Cena, long ball forward, 100 boost picked up. Matrix will just send that one long. A bit of boom ball being played by these two teams, still trying to feel each other out. But 20 Robin, they got to work this out quick. They are already a goal down, and there are players on the other side that are no stranger to pressure. Morv, 2 grand finals in Landemonium settings. Unfortunately, wasn't able to get the best out of those 2 series, but the fact he was even able to make it that far speaks true to his character, and well, we've already seen it at the start of this series.
Another couple of passing plays, that one slipped on by Blizz. 1-1 itself here, but to go further on to your point here, The fact that you are in any grand final, it's the experience that you take on through. And in the early rounds here, especially here, there was quite a lot of conversation with the elite boys yesterday. It's the first game that will make or break the sort of the run that you have on the day here. Just get yourself settled down and momentum will carry. Landemonium, RSC format, draft format, exactly the same as it is through the 9 weeks of league play. Just on one day, this is the same scenario too.
Cena, long ball, trying to find Bailey yet again. These passing plays from 20 Robin were the weakness of Tizok for that one equaliser. However, they have held on quite well to this play. Morg with 0 boost, calls himself off, allows Matrix to try and underlap this ball here in the corner, waiting for someone in field. Morg is up, there's all 3 defenders there waiting on the goal line. What we like to see there is no double commit, showing that experience and something that we saw definitely a lot more in the lower tiers. We were seeing it quite a bit in Elite in the upper brackets as well, actually, yesterday. These guys, they look a lot more coordinated. This is a really good opener for the action we're going to see tonight.
Certainly so. Thankfully, this time my season done and dusted. No lines being drawn or ball chasing being looked at, showing the potential options. I get the luxury of just calling it. Everybody at home here at RSC, just watching and praying, and likewise will be these two sides here. They're praying for the opportunity to open up. Blizzy smartly leaves that one, but Wonder, technically a blunder there. Giving possession back away so early. Bailey up, round, Cena's into the middle. Wonder once again using that wall and sailing to perfection, cuts the play out, and nothing develops from there.
And it's Cena at this front post, more looking to challenge, but Matrix will look to pick things up. Another heavy touch allows the 20 Robin defense to get one of their very own, but it's just heavy touch after heavy touch. There's a little bit of a lack of control when it comes to these defensive sides whenever they are put in those kind of situations. Perhaps a little bit of nerves. This is the first series of the day, and it can take quite some time to just kind of get used to the environment. But when you're against a team like 20 Robin, when you're against the teams like Tizok, you have to get yourself back into the game as quickly as possible. Wonder, that one's on target. 2 defenders needed. Cena will send that one long. We do remain at 1-1, and now it's Blizzy looking to find this counter-attack. Matrix shuts that one down quick. Cena off the walls. Sees Blizzy attempting to get some of these bumps and not quite landing, but once that killer touch is found, it could be our decider.
And the luxury that these sides have got through their first or the play-ins position, but hold a second here. Blizzy's whipping up a storm.
And Cena with the fake sends the first one long, and then that bump to follow. It's an ingenious play to put 20 Robin ahead. I was talking about that physical factor. I was talking about it could be the decider. It now has full potential to be the case. 63 seconds to decide that. More already shutting that down, those ideas in seconds, with a potential chance coming straight off a kickoff. Matrix in the box just crept a little bit too high there, so he's going to have to bail off this one. Bailey fights his way through, but Wonder just going to send that one long as limited boost of a tank. Cena has a full amount, will trying to go from his own half, isn't able to find anything here. More insta challenging, forcing something out of Bailey here, and to be fair to him, he's done well considering the pressure, even able to pick it up for an inside pass. But now Matrix has a little bit of space, hits that ball a little heavy however, and again I feel like that's been their downfall.
I think so, but again, when you do have this opening game here, we do expect a few errors to step on through. It's how you adapt through the game. It's going to be the major difference. That will be rejected out. But hold a second, the ball in the projection suggests otherwise.
And Matrix didn't know he would have a bit more of an open net there. Morv obviously going for that bump play, got that slight touch, but Matrix kept everyone in the lobby guessing. It's a sigh of relief from Tizok, and 20 Robin are going to have to fight back for the lead. 20 seconds can change an entire game. We found that out all too well yesterday. Of course, Danny boy, this could fall the same to 20 Robin. Big mistake coming off that back wall, however, but luckily saved by the buzzer. It is overtime in this first game. Nature wants these two teams to be equal, but that is not allowed in Rocket League. That is not allowed in a best of 5.
I was wondering when the slight of Robin was going to go against me. It's usually that causes that way salt into the wound, but the elite boys, they've played valiantly, knocked out though. We'll see the rest of the elite tier tomorrow. Of course, it should be interesting. Legend Meter Sanctuary, the likely favourites to win there. But as you said, Game 5 is active, it's allowed, it could go the distance, and Wonder will take the side that was trailing back into the lead.
And Tizik, the first seed draw, first blood against 20 Robin. Quick coming off that overtime as well. They just looked calm and they found that infield pass. And I love the bravery of Wonder. He knew he could have the game-winning shot there. Took no time to think of it. Just went up towards that ball and beat his man. And sometimes it's just as simple as that. Confidence is such a huge factor when it comes to these playoff situations. Tizik had that. Even when they trailed behind, they were able to fight back, got that goal with 20 seconds to spare before the end of regulation, pushed it to OT, got the job done. But look, they've won the battle, they haven't won the war. This is the best of 5. We're going to be heading into game 2, and 20 Robin can come out of there knowing they put up a great fight.
I think that will be the point I was going to get them somewhat mentioned, not to be cliched here. They are from the upper side of the bracket. They have that luxury to drop down as well too, so they shouldn't be panicking too much yet in terms of where they are. As well, the timeouts are also in play too. I would suspect, around the 2-0 mark, it will get called here. I did say to the Elite Boys last night, no matter what here, call it, because predictions and the statistics are in your favour to at least get you into the game 4, and from there, anything could happen. We saw it going into the game 5, and if they started one chance earlier in that game, they could have won that series 3-2 and would have been talking about a different bit of history. But that's all what it is. It's history. The only difference is right now, 20 Robin could still write their own history here.
Kick off here in game 2. Blizzy versus Matrix. Ball will come out into the corner to find Tizik possession. Wonder, however, it's a touch he wasn't quite able to control, and now it's Cena looking for that instant impact. We saw Tizik able to score in the first 10 seconds in game 1. They almost done it in 13 in game 2. Save, however, coming out there from Bailey. And this is what I love about these two teams. They throw themselves right into it straight after kickoff. And it really doesn't feel like there's that period again where they have to reset themselves to an extent. It is straight up gameplay. And this is what you want to see on Championship Saturday. Wonder on the wall, trying to find a teammate in field. Unfortunately, will only find a car in purple.
Certainly so. Blizzy will go into the other side of the pitch here, so I'm a bit surprised there that Senna's touch wasn't going across net there, but trying to support through a backbone play. Not necessarily ideal here. Will leave the defence wide open, and once again, Tizik takes the lead.
And I feel like he had to call for danger here. He got that big booming ball forward, and Blizzy, I feel like, has to be up for that one there. It was a very fast play, but you've got to have the reaction time to just go up and challenge. There was even a third, I believe, at that back post in case it was needed. They're going to have to respond quick. And to be fair to them, Danny, they have. They can forget about that last play. This scoreline's back to equal.
I wouldn't be saying they should be forgetting it too early. Normally, we like to say sort of forget and move on sort of type approach here. That's a kick-off goal. In theory, the way they should be approaching this sort of next minute as if they were still playing a goal down here, Pig. Because at that point there, you need to be able to exploit and put a cross on the play.
Cena making a save this time. Matrix will try to pop this one up into the middle, just trying to force out some of these heavy touches and take advantage. But when these counter-attacks have come, they've come quick on the side of 20 Robin. But Tizik, so good at applying that pressure, so good at maintaining that pressure, and it's clear to see why they've been top of that table for quite some time now. Wonder finds his teammate in field. Morg will put it away, and Tizik take the lead yet again. So much pressure being applied. Eventually that mistake had to come out in defense. This is the rival tier especially. This isn't elite, this isn't master. Maybe you can win a defensive game up there. It's a lot tougher in these lower tiers.
Certainly so. A lot of the weaker oppositions or the weaker tiers, that's no disrespect to them. They have the mechanics. We've seen it quite a few times on the RC cast itself, how the goal up the week itself, usually it's the standard, maybe double, a couple of flip resets has won it. They are able to pull it because they've got the time, they've got the ability, the space presenting in front of them. At the higher echelons, they're closed down. The opportunities are not there to be slotted on home. But Tizik's here, they've got to be a bit careful here. Yes, they've got the lead here. Yes, they've been a little bit sloppy at times. But, sort of a 2-1 advantage here. You don't have to extend every man upfield here. They've been doing that so regularly here. It's allowing 20 Robin back into the game.
And there's been a lot of these opportunities where Tizik have had shots on net, and I've seen some amazing saves, frankly, coming from Cena. Not all of them have quite been credited, because some of them are just dangerous balls in field, which he's been able to block, but I feel like it's leaving too much room for error here. He's had to play perfect in every single one of those situations, and to be fair, they've held up pretty well to only concede 2, but they need to be seeing more on the other side. It's a good opportunity to bring it there. Blizzy was waiting forward, but Wonder will be up for that ball first. Bailey will send it long. Morv is going to have to act as that last man, trying to whittle down some time for his teammates to run in behind him. Wonder is there now, will try and send it long. Matrix doesn't have the boost to pick up that one, however. He does now, but Bailey has the space. Better first touch. This is what I wanted before. Double commits coming out of Tizik. This needs to go punished. Blizzy, not a lot of boost, still finds the target, but Wonder will put that back in the safe corner. For now, Tizik have recovered, but that pressure still continues from 20 Robin. Cena up high, Blizzy up. And it's a miraculous save coming from the Tizik defense. They hold on.
Well, I've got to say, though, 20 Robin played that too slow in terms of sort of turning the screw onto it, where Tizik was too slow in terms of getting the ball out of it. It was that sort of mix-max and pace there, both defensively and offense here. Some hard work's on out. But again, they're back under pressure here. You said it should be capitalised in terms of the punishment being dished out here. There's no structure, there's no options upfield here. They've got the man that can maybe have the shot, they've got the man at least to get the 50 here, but not the actual opportunity to slot it on home here, because as much as it looks good, it's deceiving.
And it's another shot thrown in there by Moore. Blizzy with the save, and I do just want to talk about that shot stat. 8-2, 8-3, I believe, actually, after that one just flown in. And that comes from organisation. That comes from being able to have that third man in the perfect position where he can both defend, but he can get himself involved in the play as well if there's something heavy going on. And I just feel like Tizik have been doing that so much better. And when you're able to maintain that pressure and you're playing this frequency game, it's more likely that those mistakes are going to come out from the 20 Robin defense. I would argue they haven't made many mistakes in the defense, but unfortunately, they've just had more chances thrown at them. And when they have come, Tizik are that team that will punish you.
So, and that type of sort of pass and layoffs lose the shot they open up. It won't be counted statistically as it's going slightly wayward, but the defence is respecting the capability that it is on target. It may just be enough as a threat here, and Tizik's able to, you know, ride the waves out, because when you do have a 1-0 lead, 2-0 lead, or some kind of forming that bits off it, it gives you that foundation, the basis to play with enough width, but not enough to allow the ball go behind you. And you know what, Tizik has done well here. They've been the front runners here. We expected them to be so. It's not a case 20 Robin can't do it. It's just they're not able to produce the quality in the final third. That's the weakness here.
Absolutely, I would say I feel like 20 Robin definitely upped the pace in that final minutes. They weren't quite able to put it over the line, and I think it was too little too late. But Tizik, I feel like they've just been consistently excellent, especially offensively, like we said before. They are able to pile on so much pressure. The fact that they only scored 2 goals, I don't really think is a sign that they've not been all that prolific. I feel like the 20 Robin defense has just been pretty locked in. I mean, there's so many plays where it is very much 2 plays on the goal line, 1 on the backboard. There doesn't really feel like there's that intent to go forward and attack. And well, that attack has just been the root of all our problems for this team. It is 2-0 up, series score here for Azteca. And I don't see any calls for a timeout, so I feel like we're going to be heading straight into game 3.
That's a mistake. That really is a mistake with players like 20 Robin. I mean, they're within the sort of the area where they can be dangerous. They're in the sort of the idea where you can just, you know, put the pressure on Tizik. But again, you've just let them have momentum. You know, there's no good to say having the 60 seconds when you're in the stream matches themselves here. That's standard. And when you are in that sort of feel-good factor, you just want to get onto the pitch anyway. You can disrupt it even by 60 seconds. Yes, they know it's going to be coming, but it's a difference. It's something that they may not have prepared for. And frankly, what we've been doing this, 4 or 5 seasons in RSC when the timeout has been allowed in the play-in scenario and onwards. It has always near enough gone on the advantage, but the side that's called it, why not use it?
feel like 20 Robin were just thinking about themselves there. They felt like they were on a bit of an upwards trend to the end of that game, but what I think they failed to realise is actually disrupting how Tizik have been feeling is the more valuable asset, and I feel like that's why they didn't call the timeout. I would agree that it is a mistake in this instance, but that is left to be decided on the pitch. It's been a first minute of defense here from 20 Robin. Tizik have thrown a few chances in field, nothing all that dangerous, but we know how that can ramp up as time goes on.
Oh, oh, it was not just a mistake, it's the series ender. That's just played to perfection.
Wow, that is excellent. Morph sneaking his way under there to doink that one up, and Blizzy looked like a deer caught in headlights. He was sideways to the ball at that back post, felt like he couldn't disrupt, had no momentum left on him, and it was almost a guaranteed goal there for Tizik when initially there was a good chance there of the defense and being able to hold that one down. I feel like I didn't give that play the respect it deserved as it was unfolding, but it is a huge mistake, and that's a big counter as well. Blizzy on the back foot, having to pick up that corner boost. Matrix, front-footed, will bring that ball in field. There's the second goal. Moore will, of course, find the target. A player with elite experience, a player with knockout format experience, and, of course, the GM. He's done it again. 2 goals out of 2 shots as he looks to lead this team through the upper brackets.
You have to give a bit of respect for any player that's playing that length of time, even though when you sort of drop down the tiers, it's not sort of that good feeling, or the sense of, you know, I belong in the later Masters. The fact that Merv's not even taking that into his own stride of things, you have to tip your hat off that. Playing against him a few times can be tricky. I found him at times more easier to read or not, but at this level here, that experience is showing a world of difference here, and this should be an infield passer slowing the game down, and he does one of the 2 options, and you know what, it keeps the pressure on 20 Robin. We talk about needing time and talking about, you know, understanding what's going on. As per 20 Robin doesn't know what's hit them.
And I do also want to mention another player on this team. We've spoken about elite experience in the form of more Matrix. Last RSC season, he was kicking it in Challenger alongside a certain Sir Pegasus, and well, he has gelled into this tier so well. There's another shot flown in from him. It's a save there coming from Blizzy. And this attack just seems to continue. 20 Robin, Danny, are yet to get a shot, and we've just crossed the halfway mark.
Certainly so, and what's might be the standard joke, no Wikipedia page, no title, you know, all the standards can be pulled on out here. No, the RLCS one's got released earlier today, and a lot of people don't deserve them, but hey-ho, they've got them, and that goal certainly has been deserved.
And it's their first opportunity of the game. You have to take it. Bailey will take it. He is the top C&B of this team. He has to lead by example. He has to rally this team up. And I better hear some hype in that comms. They need it for these final 2 minutes. They're looking to try and start a reverse sweep. You need a little bit more than that. Bailey, unfortunate with a miss on that ball, and a backflip coming from Blizzy will slow down that charge. Now they're looking like they're going to have to defend some kind of counter. But that is a misplay coming from Wonder. Blizzy still 0 boost, keeps that ball forward. Cena finds it in field. That's a great touch, but oh my goodness. A purple car flying towards the back of the net, and they've left the ball behind.
Everybody's leaving something behind. Mostly sense by both sides here. Oh, I would be losing this mentally. Especially if it was one of the teams in their comms at the moment. All players in the corner. That's just poor, no matter what standard of gameplay. Should be trusting each other. Once was sitting beside a RLCS coach, a very respected one or two, and he described the rotation when you're playing in that lane. It's like almost like a choo-choo train. It's always on track, it's always going to stay in one direction. That one was a sort of a roundabout car crash. Horrible to see. 70 odd seconds for Tizik's, mind you, more importantly, to hold on for 3 series win.
And Moore puts that ball high. Matrix looking for that doink yet again. And I feel like this is just something that Tizik have in their playbook. Another infield pass. Moore shot defended there by Cena. A very important save for the future of this game, for the future of this series, for the future of this day. If 20 Robin are able to add another to the score sheet, Blizzy Ball forward, Moore wanted to intercept, did slow down that ball somewhat, so Wonder had an easier save to make. Moore again up for that one to block out Blizzy, and now it's Wonder looking to go for the sidewall. That would have been a way to shut down this series. Unfortunately, couldn't find it. Matrix on target, and I tell you what, Danny, you don't need a sidewall. You don't need to be fancy. Just get the ball on target and in a little bit of space, and you might progress in the upper brackets.
Certainly so. And a lot of people dream of being in this position, whether it was top of league play or just making it through the uppers of playoffs. Yesterday we saw a DSQ that was just barely a top 6 side, making into the top 3, then into the top 2. They had a fantastic run. That's tomorrow. We keep banging on about it because, you know what, that's going to be an interesting race. But right now here, it might just be the T6 Championship.
And Moore staying at this front post, one of the favourites heading into this playoff bracket, prove themselves to be exactly that with an opening sweep against another top side. 20 Robin knocked down to lowers. Tizak in the upper finals, top 3 guaranteed after the first series. Second life held on to. They are in with an excellent chance to go all the way.
Certainly so, and there's the statistics on the board there. You know, nothing necessarily outstanding or too impressive, but it's what the gameplay that you just saw there. The fact is that the game management side, one always sitting back, just booming it long. Yes, you may be giving possession away, but you're just saying, you know what, we don't think you're good enough to have those chances on target. And 20 Robin, as much as it hurts now here, you know, that sort of cliche phrase is, would you prefer to be the side with momentum to win the series going into it, or do you prefer being the better side dropping down? Well, that's what they've got to hold on to here.
And your series MVP on screen will be Moore. Usually we like to chip in our own opinion, but I don't think it differs for me this time. That was a Moore masterclass, I would say. 5 goals out of 11 shots, 2 saves, but wasn't needed all that much defensively with the amount of pressure that Tizak were able to consistently apply. I don't know about you, Danny. That seems deserved. We'll see if he can continue that today. He's got himself an hour break, whether you consider that an advantage or not.
I always consider that a disadvantage personally myself. I much prefer playing through the lowers, but either way off it, he's got the most experience in terms of probably within the competition, especially at the higher side of the tier. What they do next, that's up to them here, but for everybody on production and yous at home here, you don't have to wait an hour. That's the luxury here. The games are going to come thick and fast. Lower bracket, upper bracket, and a championship final. Do you know what? Stay tuned. It's coming up next.
Try again, without doubt, it's our say, if all's gonna mend. We both know that one day, the sun's gonna rise again. So don't bow, or I say, is this in the end?
Short, diving deep, where is the water taking me? Trying hard, bittersweet. Cabin fever's pulling me. I want to hold on to something greater. I feel the waves come crashing in. I'm drowning, drowning, drowning.
I could be the one you talk to when you're feeling down. I could be the one you run to when the moon hits the ground. I can say what I'm feeling, but the words just don't come out. If you ever feel lonely, girl, just know I'll come around. 'Cause I've traveled so far just to get to where you are. And I know that you're broken, but that makes you who you are. So pick up the pieces and show me you mean it tonight. I know what you're feeling, I see that the look in your eyes. So pick up the pieces and show me you mean it tonight. 'Cause what I've been dreaming is giving you my paradise. So pick up the pieces. So pick up the pieces. Baby, I'ma be there through the rough parts of it all. Holding your hand, fighting for the things that we want. Be the rock you lean on with you by my side. Baby, when we fall, together we'll rise. 'Cause I've traveled so far just to get to where you are. And I know that you're broken, but that makes you who you are. So pick up the pieces and show me you mean it tonight. I know what you're feeling, I see that the look in your eyes. So pick up the pieces and show me you mean it tonight. 'Cause what I've been dreaming is giving you my paradise.
these superhero vibes, yo. Put your hands up if you wanna go. Close your eyes now and chase the sun. We gotta move, follow the tempo. Gotta take it ice, we gotta let it roll. There's 100 different ways how to spend up all your day. We're gonna make waves. Follow the new way. We're gonna make waves. Follow the new way. We're gonna make waves. Beats the moon. I'm the sun that will not move. Who you think you are? Who you think you are?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the RSC EU mainstream. It is playoff Saturday here for the rival tier, and we have progressed to the lower quarter finals. We've got two Titan organizations playing against each other. It will be Illusory versus Green Phoenix. It will be Mirage versus Ash. It will be a just drop down from the upper bracket versus forcing through the lower bracket matchup. I'm very excited to share this cast. It is myself, Sir Pegasus, alongside, and let this be a lesson to everyone at home, Damo. Welcome
Hello
to
everyone. I'm excited to be here because I kind of love Illusory, and they came from the lower bracket in the play-ins and they are climbing it up, winning every match. So I'm actually excited to see what's gonna happen because Green Phoenix lost the last game, if I'm not wrong, 3-1, and
Yeah.
Illusory has been striking strong. So
And I was actually unaware that Mirage are coming from all the way in round one. They didn't even get that bye. They didn't place fourth in their respected league. They placed fifth in the Ignis Conference. And that conference, there are definitely some Titan teams at the top. We just saw one of them actually get a win in the previous series on screen. It was Tizuk with a 3-0 victory over 20 Robin. So that upper bracket match will be straight after this one. It will be Sanctum versus Tizuk. But for all these off-stream games that were going on, of course, it was Mirage getting that 3-2 victory, Ash going 3-1 down to end up here, and Mirage on an absolute tear. I would really love to see if they could continue to progress this, and dare I say, Damo, if they manage to go all the way, the storyline would be absolutely immense. I am interested to see, however, what are the team stats between these two teams. Of course, they do come from the same conference. We do have knowledge that they played each other before, Damo, and it's been quite hard to find a difference in that head-to-head.
indeed, I mean, in league play, for all I know, Illusory ended up in 5th place, and now we got Green Phoenix ended up 2nd place. Both in the 40s, kinda goals and wins actually, and not very much far apart, I'd say. It's just unfortunate matches, maybe in mid league play. But right now, Mirage is showing a really strong side to their roster.
And I see 258 demos compared to 179 with Mirage having the majority of them. I'm interested to see if that will play a factor in this series. And I'd also like to point out that Ash played Mirage in week 9. It was a draw. And for their earlier matchup, that was also a draw. So Mirage potentially being a little bit of a boogie team for this Ash side. Ash had only 5 draws and 3 series losses to go alongside their 10 series wins. And with 2 of those draws coming from Mirage, it proves that there's something personal between these two teams that can be settled in the best way possible, Damo, in the lower bracket with 1 life remaining.
I mean, this is not a BO4, it's a BO5, and any team has to get the 3rd win they have to decide the winner right now. And what the best spot than the lower quarterfinals?
Oh, it's one of my favorite parts. I mean, I just love the lower bracket in general. Every single team fighting for their life. It's got potential for great storylines like this Mirage team, which I believe will continue their run after this series. I'm going to give it a 3-2 result. But when I tried to go for the same prediction in the upper bracket, it blew up in my face with a sweep. But I'm going to stick with it this time. Mirage 3-2 for me.
I'm gonna be honest, I want to see an upset, seeing Mirage going up the ladder from the play-ins bracket and then being in lower bracket quarterfinals. I'd say 3-0 for Mirage against Ash.
Wow, that is two predictions on the same side, both going towards a loser. Either players are ready to play, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be another series to add to this immense lower bracket run of Mirage. Ash already had their taste of defeat. They were first in franchise standings, but Stingray desperately wants the team to go all the way, and if the lower tiers couldn't do it, why can't he? He'll do it himself. Ash versus Mirage, and it started off with an immense save coming from Teipai.
It was really close. Almost Mirage taking the lead, but really great save from Teipai, coming out of nowhere, saving that ball. And right now, the ball is in the Rosary side. They coming off strong and they took the opportunity. No one was in net after a clear Shattered Fusion, taking the lead in the match. Green Phoenix 1-0.
And Shattered Fusion, a complete open net there. It was a ball that was made a bit of a hash of there from Snig, coming from that back wall. First goal for Ash. Shattered Fusion, of course, being the AGM of the organisation. Stingray doesn't have to run a B stream today. Instead, he will be playing, and he's actually been putting in some excellent performances. Did really well in the upper bracket versus my team, actually, Mokateki. He was easily the MVP of that series. We'll see if he can repeat similar performances here in the lower bracket. Of course, it hasn't been the greatest start to the day, but I feel like champions are decided on their final life. Sneak up for that one. Oh, doesn't quite get the connection, and Drizzy not the best touch either. That will concede the ball to Shattered Fusion, and you cannot concede the ball to Shattered Fusion. It's his second shot of the game. It's the second shot of the game coming from Ash, and they're 2-0 up.
It's completely amazing. Shattered Fusion is shattering the opponents, and what a lead! 2-0 for Ash against Mirage already. Only 1 minute and 10 seconds passed, and already a nice first try of a shot from Ash side, but they don't manage to finish it up.
And this is a really interesting roster that Ash are playing as well here, Damo. Their highest CMB player, Kiali, as we can see, is not on the pitch. I'm wondering if they're available as a substitute, whether they were just unavailable as a whole, or if this is a decision coming from this Green Phoenix roster that this is the 3 players they want to send out and compete in this playoffs. That's well, left to be told by the GM and AGM, but of course, to get yourself that interview, you have to go all the way and win it all. Teipai trying to get that second touch. Drizzy will send it to the other side. Kat has plenty of space, but he hasn't made the most of it. It was poor control of the ball there. Looking to grab a flip reset this time. Sneak will put this one to the wall, and it's looking a little bit awkward for gameplay so far from Mirage. They've spent plenty of time in this lower bracket. You'd think by now they would know the pressures that brings, but they look like a really shaky team in this opening stage. Of course, they are 2 goals down, and that can always have a factor, but something just doesn't feel right here.
I mean, they had the momentum of winning all the games up to now, so them playing a bit awkward, especially against, like you said, the roster that doesn't have their main roster playing. We see Stingray once again making his presence on Ash's side and scoring the 3rd goal, taking the 3-0 leads, and already a mid-game passed. And as I was saying,
Ash team is clinical, aren't they, Damo? 3 shots,
yes.
3 goals so far. It is insane. I've not really seen anything like it past the halfway point of a game.
I mean, they took all the opportunities they had, they scored it. They are showing they can take all the opportunities and take over the mistakes the opponents do. And like you were talking earlier, they're not using their highest CMV player, but it's looking very well with both GM and AGM with 15-19 CMV, and they're working very well with Tapai right now.
Yeah, they really are, and Shattered Fusion has been involved in every single one of those goals, whether it is an assist or those 2 goals that sit on his tally as well. And it has been a very Ash-dominated game. This is a rare opportunity for Mirage. It was nothing too dangerous, however. Another save coming out from Tapai, and again, it is just looking a little bit desperate from this Mirage side at the moment. Tapai will leave this one for a teammate. Drizzy will put it to the wall. Snig will want to send this one forward, and if they aren't able to get a goal in this first game demo, I would even consider calling an early timeout. That was a great sidewall attempt coming from Drizzy. A little bit of individual excellence being shown here, but you need a little bit more like that when you get to the playoff stage, especially when you are playing a team of the caliber of Ash. Tapai bringing that ball forward, 50-50s with Snig, but Shattered Fusion positions himself perfectly to pick that ball up. Calf sending that one long. Stingray just able to get that bump to throw him off the play. He's always so good at doing that. Ball in field. It's the first real sign of danger there for Ash, but Stingray able to extend himself and push that one out. It's not out the woods yet. Another ball in field. Team bumps still committing to this play in the Ash defense, and it just all goes unpunished. Ball back into the Mirage half, and Ash doing so well to hold on. First challenge, however, coming 4 minutes and 30 seconds after the game began. It's a little bit of a slow start here from Mirage, and maybe it's that lower bracket fatigue starting to play its factor. But the GM has done it again. Another goal to add to his tally and to secure this game 1 in a 4-0 victory.
I mean, like you said, if they don't score 1 goal, I mean, they got 10 seconds, and if they don't score 1 goal, a timeout should really be called, because this is chaotic. They've climbed all the way up this place. They tried all manners of shots right now, but nothing entered. They are showing something that we did not expect. At least I did not expect. I was expecting them to take advantage of Ash's mistakes, some double commits, some mispositionings in defense, but nothing went in. Mirage has not managed to put a ball inside the net.
And it was actually 7 shots to 9, Mirage having the majority, but it felt like all of that really came in that final minute and a half where they started to feel that desperation and they were just sending players forward. But they ended off better when they were playing like that, and the organisation somewhat found itself. They were just balls in field, and they were kind of playing each other a little bit more. They were staying forward. They were playing well, but Ash, again, I'm surprised they're not using their top CMV player, but no top CMV player, no problem. You've got 4 very, very good rostered players, a sign of very good GM and AGMing. Stingray and Shattered Fusion. Give yourself a pat on the back and get this series over with.
Tapai is really laying off and letting his GM and AGM play. Like, they're doing a lot. I mean, Tapai is also making his presence known, doing his job. He had 2 saves, if I'm not wrong, and those saves were maybe crucial to his team winning, because I remember the first opportunity almost being scored was from Mirage's side, but Tapai was there last second to save it.
And Stingray on his own goal line does well to control that one. Will follow up as well to find that 50-50. All 3 purple cars on that side of the pitch. They've been able to stretch themselves out now and potentially give themselves a chance. Stingray, however, getting rid of that one big option, that potential goal scorer just shy of the box there. But again, Calf looking to wrap himself around. Couldn't make a connection on that one. Another 50-50 is needed. It's a huge start coming from Mirage. It's exactly what they've needed. And now Ash look like they've been a little bit more in the back foot. But of course, only 40 seconds gone. And we do still remain goalless. I feel like this game will really start to show itself once Ash gets semblance of an attack, because we saw how dangerous they are We saw how prolific they are. As long as they've got a shot on net, you are going to be forced to make a save. One was forced. Cap being able to keep that one out. Stingray will put this one high. Sets up Fusion to put the ball in the back of the net. The GM-AGM management combination still suits itself on the pitch. And I tell you what, I love that high ball coming from Stingray. I feel like if he tried to force that one towards the target, I don't think he would have got the height nor the power he would really want to put that one in the back of the net. Instead, he went for the more high percentage play, put the ball high. You know that the Mirage defense are looking a little bit disjointed on the goal and looking a bit desperate. They won't be able to bring themselves to such heights. And Shattered Fusion can put away what was actually quite an easy chance. Really good game sense coming from Stingray, and Shattered Fusion, I mean, he's been excellent all series.
Indeed, and we could see that Shattered Fusion saw what Stingray tried to do, because, as I said, putting the ball on the backboard instead of trying to put it in the net, put it in the target with two Mirage players there, was really a nice decision. And we left it to Shattered Fusion so he could easily finish the ball with two of Mirage players double committing and not being able to read the ball. So it was really a good play.
It was really good. Another 50-50 coming out. Mirage again trying to make something out of this offense. Cap's big ball forward. Double demo's coming out. There is only one player on the pitch of Ash, and he will just go alone. I mean, even when Mirage tried to lower down the numbers and put it in their favor, the positioning, the boost count simply isn't there. And Stingray is so good at finding those gaps. He's very used to that director cam, being able to see the full field of the pitch. Of course, being one of our lovely producers, it's almost like he's got that camera on his second monitor.
Indeed, and what an unexpected goal, because it was just unfortunate. The Mirage side had no boost at all. They had no one back to cover it up. One gets demoed. Stingray does an amazing shot straight to net, and almost a shot from Tepa, but gets blocked by Snow. Snow takes the ball to the opponent side, but gets cut by Stingray. Wu gets cut once again by Drizzy. The ball keeps going back and forth right now.
Ball drops yet again, Snig. Oh, that's a big whiff coming from that ball. And now Ash, you know they're going to start to press high. Stingray being the play to do it. Tepai being that second man, positioned himself very well to pick that one up. He might even get another touch. Cap will deny for that one. Stingray has to be calm here. Couldn't have gone into that 50-50 too quickly, otherwise he would have been dunked off the play. He was smart with it. That double commit, however, is not smart with the ball. They're looking a little bit awkward. Those demos are coming out. But where's the second man of Mirage? Where's the third man of Mirage? Just about able to make that save, but they got that play all wrong. They should have had a goal.
I don't know what to say here exactly. I was not expecting this kind of movements and positioning. This was very dangerous. Drizzy almost not being able to save the ball, and that was an easy save. That was just, I don't know, it was crazy. Seeing this coming from Mirage that climbed from the lower bracket, and now struggling a lot against a team that isn't even using their high CMV player. Ash really is giving their best, really showing we don't need the high CMV player, we are gonna win this match anyways.
It has been a mistakeless game coming from Ash, especially in defense. I've seen the odd few double commits, some of these chances where they are just giving the ball away to the center of the pitch. But the problem has been that there hasn't always been that second man in the center ready to pick it up and capitalize off these mistakes. I feel like the punishment hasn't quite been there in Mirage. I mean, we've seen a few whiffs in the final third for chances that, you know, should be finding their way towards the back of the net, at a minimum forcing out a save. And in that first game, Mirage actually had a majority of the shots. Ash were able to hold on, and they do well defensively a majority of the time, but with the amount of shots that Mirage have been throwing at them, those mistakes have started to leak a little bit. This is the rival tier. That does happen every now and again. But in your position as an opponent and looking to try and chase your way down the lower bracket, you have to be more clinical than that. This second game will go in the favour of Ash. Ash, who are going to be looking for the sweep. And, well, Damo, we were calling for a timeout after game one. We have to see it now, surely, and it's already been called as soon as that ball hit the ground.
It's already been called,
Snake
yeah.
has called it.
I mean, well, I'd say my prediction already went off. I said 3-0 for Mirage, but Mirage is not showing me their favor. They don't like my prediction, I guess. And there's still chance for yours. They could still turn around after this timeout because they really need it. They really need to rethink what they are not doing. Like you said earlier, there were a lot of opportunities created by Ash's side and mistakes, but there was no second man to punish them for their mistakes, and that resulted in another game for Ash with no goals from the Mirage side.
And I feel like also sometimes the third man would just go way too deep. I mean, there was a fantastic save coming from a Mirage player halfway through the game where he was just able to catch that one and tip it wide of the post. They shouldn't have been in that position in the first place. I mean, a lot of fantastic saves we see in the pitch come from unforced errors higher up the pitch, and that's what we saw there. There was a ball in field where there should have been a second man or even just a higher set third man with a little bit of momentum should have been able to challenge and should have, frankly, gotten a goal. The fact they went goalless in that game, I think, is absolutely insane. Something needs to change in this third game. I'm not quite sure what conversation I would have with the players. I feel like a lot of it is just, calm down, stay involved, play for each other, play off each other's play as well, because it feels a lot like individuals trying to break their way through, and it's just putting them in very awkward situations.
I would say in the field they are either too far away to make plays together or cover each other up, or they are too close together, making them double commit or even like not give space to their teammates to do something and allow a play to and a punishment for the Ashes side to be done.
And we will see if that does change in this game 3. Otherwise, Green Phoenix will be running all the way home with a sweep into that, I want to say, lower semi-finals. And that will be played against either Mokoteki or 20 Robin, depending on their result at the moment. If you'd like to watch that series, that is, of course, being match admin and streamed in the RSC server. But focusing on the one at hand, at the moment, it looks like our winner is all but decided. But there's a reason we have to play that third game demo. It's because it can be decided here. Of course, the Mirage could have had that conversation. They could make that difference to their playstyle, and they could be able to drag this one back. Reverse sweeps, they're not an impossible task. We almost saw one happen in Elite last night. It fell to the final 20 seconds. These miracles have happened in RSC history, and what better place for it to happen, Damo, than the lower brackets?
Indeed, and I mean, this timeout will not only serve to maybe get the teams to get Mirage to really get into the game, really focus up, because they really need to focus, but also to throw off Ash's momentum, because right now we are going into the third game. Ball already on Mirage side, almost getting scored off of kickoff. But as I was saying, this could have thrown Ash's momentum and maybe turn it into Mirage's momentum right now.
Potentially, I think a big star would certainly help for Ash, looking to continue where they've left off, and this is an excellent play coming from Shattered Fusion, just about able to catch it for that second touch, even coming off the back of a bump. That is excellent control, and that is going to be Ash taking the lead yet again, and I feel like it'll be a bit of a confidence killer for Mirage as well. You spent 3 minutes having a conversation, looking to head into this third game with a new set of eyes, a new play style perhaps, and a reset mindset. And it just feels like they're back in square one, trailing behind this Ash side and having to fight back.
Sometimes trying to change something is only gonna make it worse. Maybe they should have just tried to focus if they are really trying to change the gameplay, but just focusing in knowing that there should be like just small changes instead of big changes being done. And right now they are 0-1, losing once again against Ash, a team that they always tied in the league play. So this is not looking good for them. But right now they're trying to stay more assertive with the punishments. Nice try of play, but Shattered Fusion kept the control. does an excellent 50, tries to get a score, but is blocked by Mirage side.
And I really do love the way that Ash have been playing so far. Shattered Fusion has been excellent. But hold on a minute there. Drizzy with a double tap. It's a way to bring up the morale. And this is what you want to bring as a roster. When you sit as their top CMB and you are 2-0 down in this series and the lower bracket, bring a bit of magic, bring a bit of hype, bring this game back to equal and take back control.
Indeed, that was a beautiful goal from Drizzy, and I was not expecting the tying goal for the series I'd say early in the game to be a double tap like that. A beautiful angle from Drizzy, and now Snow coming off, trying to follow his teammate's lead, but it's blocked by Stingray. And as you were saying as well, I've been loving how Ashes play as well. They've been keeping control of the ball way more than Mirage, and they look very calm when they have the ball control. Like, they have no worries at all. Like, I have my teammate back there. I completely trust him. And from Mirage side, we don't see that happening that much. We see them scattered, but I wanna see them keep doing the plays that Drizzy just did that now.
Shattered has left them scattered throughout this series. Individually, I think he has been excellent, but it's come from how he's been able to incorporate his teammates as well. Tapey has an open net. Shattered Fusion has to recover that post it's put in the back of the net. I will say this was a bit of an embarrassing attempt coming from Tapey, but he could feel the pressure. He knew Cap was right behind him and had that trust regardless that Shattered Fusion would be there to save the day. Ash regained the lead, and Mirage back behind at one moment of brilliance hasn't really rolled itself into anything. It just feels like a one-off instance right now, because Ash have really taken back this game. They put themselves back in the driver's seat, and it's been evident with a lot of these touches on the ball. Even when they're in defense, they're so good at bringing this ball into these safe corners. Snig up for that one yet again. They're just looking to break their way in field, but the longer it stays here, the more time will whittle down. And at the moment, that timer is on the side of Ash. Demo's coming out. Stingray has time for some control, doesn't have much in the boost count, and that pinch in terms of Shattered Fusion will just send the ball towards their own half. Tapey, however, ready to pick those ones up, and Drizzy, can he do it yet again? Coming off the ceiling, but cleared off the backboard there by Shattered Fusion. He is giving it his absolute all. So far, it hasn't been enough. Save needed there from Sneg yet again. Cap caught off his flick at that corner. Double tap attempted by Shattered Fusion. It's going to be Stingray to put that just shy of the bar. Snake makes the save yet again. Stingray wants to get that one back in the danger area. And can you just see the difference in offense, Damo? Whenever this Ash side managed to get the ball, they're so good at putting it within the box. However, Mirage, they just end up stuck in those corners. And even though they are in those final thirds, it doesn't feel like they have the control.
Right now, Ash's team is really taking control of the field, taking control of the ball. They're dominating it. They are showing Mirage that they either stick to their own net or they are once again getting scored. They are not being giving too much opportunities to Mirage. They need to create them very forcefully. And with only 30 seconds left, Ash is still in the lead, trying to take the advantage farther from Mirage's grasp, but still nothing coming out of it. But what I'm seeing right now is Ash still calmly taking control and trying to make plays to widen the difference on the scoreboard, but Mirage not able to do anything about it.
3 seconds. They need this series second goal to keep their way into the series. That one will just go wide, and I feel like that sums up the series as a whole. It was dominating from Ash. They did face their fair bit of pressure, but they were just unable to get it over the line. Mirage, they've had a fantastic run. The fact that they were even competing here against Ash, against top talent, says a lot about their run so far. They came all the way from losers round one. They went into this match definitely as the underdog. I mean, they went into this series in the first place by a pure miracle. And well, I do just actually want to highlight that run they've been on. A 3-1 victory versus Nightfall, a sweep versus Vanguard, a game 5 thriller coming from an upper bracket dropping team, Shock. And I'll tell you, Shock are an excellent team. They looked dangerous this season, so that result is a nice one to go home with. And then unfortunately, this lost sweep against Ash. But overall, we really got to give our props to Ash here. I did get word that Kiali did play the first series of the day versus Sanctuary. Of course, it wasn't the best performance. They did lose 3-1, but the substitute has really stepped up, honestly, in that lower quarter final. I'm not 100% sure who that substitute is. I believe Shattered Fusion had the least games played out of any of the players, and I find that quite funny because I think he was the best player today.
I have to agree with you. Shattered Fusion was everywhere. He was doing amazing both in defense, both in attack. It was really amazing, his positioning, his plays. He really read the touches from his GM, Stingray. It was really amazing. The plays they did together, Tapai being there, personally helping them out. Really well coordinated plays from them. It was amazing to watch.
And that will not end the on-stream action today. Of course, we are going to have a stream on until very, very late at night. We are going to be back for the lower semi-finals. It's going to be for the upper finals. It is going to be Sanctum versus Tuzuk, first seed versus first seed in their respective sides of the bracket. That one proves like it should be a classic. It's potentially our grand finals matchup should League Play have weeded out who the best teams were perfectly. And I'm quite excited to see that one unfold. Over on, of course, the Discord VCs, it's Mokateki versus 20 Robin at the moment, and they will go on to play in the lower semi-finals, also in a match admin game versus Ash. Either way, that is going to be an excellent matchup as well. Rival is full of action today. There are plenty of excellent teams. Everyone left in the tournament is an excellent team, but only one can become a champion. We will see you all after the break.
time wasted. My heart grows heavy. Don't taste me rushing. Keep your words naked. You got me blushing. And you forever I'll follow. You be my holy ground. You forever I'll follow. In immortality, I can see you and me. And you forever I'll follow. You'll be my holy ground. You forever I'll follow. In immortality, I can see you and me. There was always a longing for more, a deeper connection. Was disconnecting from the source within. There were parts of my core, senseless and frozen. Wisdom hidden, locked up in my soul. Now it's the time to realign, reconnecting my foundation, reunite. Oh, I'm digging, got my feet on solid ground. No more levitation. levitate. No more levitation, levitate. No more levitation, levitate. No more levitation, no more levitation. There was always a longing for more, a deeper connection, was disconnected from the source within. There were parts of my core, senseless and frozen, wisdom hidden, locked up in my soul.
Running back to my old life, but it leaves it burning. Speaking tongues in my head, yeah, that's the way you want it. She called me baby, you're not wasting time. But how could I let her go? Don't you know I might adore you? I'm gonna make the time move slower. We could do whatever, yeah, sun's out, make the clouds move over. We could do whatever, yeah. I'm gonna make the time move slower. We could do whatever, yeah, sun's out, make the clouds move over. We could do whatever. We could do whatever, yeah. Do whatever, yeah. Do whatever, yeah. Do whatever we could do. Tick tock, we alone now, and my thoughts are frozen, frozen now. Seeing pixels in slow mo, in a weightless motion. She called me crazy and I'm wasting time. Easy, don't leave me now. Yeah, for the sky and all its diamond. I'm gonna make the time move slower. We could do whatever, yeah, sun's out, make the clouds move over. We could do whatever, yeah. I'm gonna make the time move slower. We could do whatever, yeah, sun's out, make the clouds move over. We could do whatever.
getting shorter, like a energy I'll conquer. In my soul, this is real. These nights are getting shorter. In my soul, this is real.
Up all night by myself, trying to think of ways to you. Your voice stuck in my brain, we never got to see it through. And I know I feel more pain if we're speaking truth. Cause when the daylight comes, I still lose. So will I feel it again? I just don't know. And I'm hoping I'll find a way to let go. So if you love me, how could you leave me so low? So will I feel it again? I just don't know. I just don't know. Just don't know. Cause when the daylight comes, I still lose. So will I feel it again? I just don't know. And I'm hoping I'll find a way to let go. So if you love me, how could you leave me so low? So will I feel it again? I just don't know. I just don't know. Looking back at our time, hoping that we did it right. And give me any reason to call you up late at night. And we know it's for the best, I won't put up a fight. Cause when the daylight comes, I still lose. So will I feel it again? I just don't know. And I'm hoping I'll find a way to let go. So if you love me, how could you leave me so low? So will I feel it again? I just don't know. I just don't know. I just don't know. Cause when the daylight comes, I still lose. So will I feel it again? I just don't know. And I'm hoping I'll find a way to let go. So if you love me, how could you leave me so low? So will I feel it again? I just don't know. I just don't know.
Enjoyers and enthusiasts, we're back with RSC, and it's the upper bracket final here. The rival match, best of 5. We're going to be having it right on live, but before we get into it, my name is Puffle Bob. I'll be leading you through the matches alongside the man, the myth, the legend, Rhino. How are you doing today?
Oh, thank you, man. You didn't need to give me an intro like that. I'm doing very well after that one. It's a pleasure to be here on the RSC EU channel, as always, and we've got some rival action for you. Of course, the playoffs are well underway, and we've only got 3 games left of the night, Puffo, and this one should be an absolute blinder.
Oh, yes, it should, without a doubt. I mean, it's going to be none other than Tzok, the side of top Ignis Conference, the number 1 of it, facing against the number 1 of Glacius. Now, if that isn't Heat, then I don't know what it is personally. It's going to be Sanctum, it's going to be Tzok, and of course, in the meanwhile, let's take a look at the current brackets we have on, of course, what we're currently watching, what we're here to see, and what we're here to do. Both of these teams, look at them so high and mighty, and looking to make their advancement into the grand final here.
Yeah, Sanctuary Sanctum and Azteca Tzok, they have both had fantastic seasons, top of their respective conferences, as you said. They could really be the only 2 teams in this upper bracket final. We wouldn't have wanted it any other way. And we are now seriously getting a grudge match between these 2 who are rocking the top of their conferences. It's going to be not just Tzok versus Sanctum, but Puffo, it's also Glacies versus Ignis in Rival and for bragging rights.
It's cold versus hot, and we're going to see which element takes it. In the meanwhile, though, like always, Rhino, predictions.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. The predictions always mess me up with these kinds of things. Listen, I've seen Mox win on LAN, all right?
Okay.
And I think he's very, very good for this tier. So I'm going to go Tzok. Sorry, Mox doesn't even play in this. He's on Alpha Surge, my fault. But I do think Tzok are going to take it. I think it's going to go all 5. I think it's 3-2.
Okay. You know what? I'm going to go for Sanctum.
Okay.
And I'm going to be... This is going to be a bit of a bold one, but I have positivity, and I'm saying 3-1 for Sanctum.
Ooh.
I'm hoping.
Okay.
I'm hoping. I feel like Sanctum, they bring that holy name, that blessing with the ball. And with it, we're going to have to see the results. And in the meanwhile, I think it's time to get it. I think it's time to go and get this match started with a beautiful kickoff and an even more beautiful field. You see the eggs. They're in the crowd cheering. And, well, I know I'm ready for the action.
So am I. Upper bracket final. One of these teams makes it through to the grand final later on tonight. One of these teams has to get through one more game, and that's a lovely shot early. White Sea, top right corner, and we are getting things off with a team pinch. The power of friendship is strong.
It is very strong, and what? 8 seconds? Are you kidding me? So early on. White Sea absolute dominance, but yet again, it's the problem. So early on, that means that Tzok here, they have chances, and they have plenty with the time remaining still on that 450. I mean, it's a slow match, but things are starting to pick up fast because Tzok returned it with a goal of their own shortly after.
This is exactly what we would expect from both of these teams. Tzok respond in kind. Matrix finding the bottom right-hand corner. And just as Sanctum score, their opponents come right back. And yeah, this is exactly what we wanted to see, Puffo. This is exactly the kind of game state we expected to be in. Back and forth, left and right, but which team will break first? That's the question.
The question, it always is, and we need an answer here. A nice little demo, and almost continued to a 3rd goal of today. It's so close to the net every single time, and 2 of the times it has been scored. Also, Yuknal, nice little fake out, not brought upon though. Of course, Sanctum, they try to go for these aggressive plays, and they keep it on the backboard, but the defense, Tzok, it's just proving to be strong enough to put it right back on that grayish side.
Yeah, absolutely. And something someone just mentioned in chat, which I was a little bit surprised by, but it is true. Of the 4 teams that remain in playoffs, only one of them is from the Glacies Conference. And that is, of course, Sanctuary Sanctum. So they are the last hope of their conference. We'll see if they are able to stand up to that test. Up down the right. Well, let's try and get this one across for his team. And Azteca looking for the goal. Matrix will find his 2nd of the game. And that is just a really nicely positioned shot from the sidewall. Whitesea, don't know where he was going, but either way, he wasn't in goal, and it's 2-1.
It's 2-1, and well, my prediction tingles are starting to get quite worrisome. A 2-1, nice little lead. It's a 1-goal deficit. Nothing too major, but what's major are these demos. We're seeing them quite often, at least for the time that we've been given up until now. Matrix bouncing it right off, trying to go for that 50-50. What Dider, he's a bit too fast on it. The wheels are spinning, and so is this gas. Absolutely out. Even he has it in possession. Boost, he gains it, although a bit too late to the party, but a nice repass. Although Wave, this is going to be an awkward touch, and could be leaving it for open. Very close, just a bit too wide though for comfort.
Yeah, it's now going to be Tidy looking for this one. Will get challenged immediately. Yep, no, not going to find that one either. Matrix down the other end of the field. Whitesey's going to have to be careful. And just about gets that ball to a position where Matrix can't turn it home. Azteca's offense is looking very good right now, especially this man. Okay, that's called the Caster Curse, folks. It's very much alive here in the RSC EU competition. And hang on a moment, Mov might have a chance. It's off the backboard. Surely we'll get a second bite of the cherry. Wonder across the ball, but it will hit the post and be sent clear.
Still too close for comfort. Sanctum, they're letting them whiz by, and even though if T-Dog, a little mistake will give them a bit of a setback. That one goal could have even changed the outcome. Although the aggression, right? See, he gets a nice little demo, passes it on to Yubnal, who's going off the backboard, and he hits it. A nice second goal very early on, and we just hit that half-minute mark. Just last down to these 2 minutes and 22 seconds, and well, they bring it back.
Yeah, that's wonderful. Yupnal getting that dunk. And all of the twos fill the top of your screen. 2-2 with 2 minutes 22 on the clock. As we love to see that here. Wonder, gonna take a chance here. No, it's over onto that far right-hand side. Matrix looking for scraps, looking for Yupnal to make a mistake. Of intercepting, getting around that left-hand side. Hit away by Yupnal for the moment. Wonder inside. Matrix will be there, pops that up. Wonder's following through, over onto that sidewall. Wanted a double touch. Won't be there, won't have the boost to make it work. Tidier and Whitesea trying to figure this one out. Matrix gets that ball through. With 1 minute 50, we're all square at the moment, Puffo. It's anyone's for the taking.
Yes, it is, and Whitesea, he's on it. He saw the eye, he saw the opportunity, and he put it right up into the sky. Yubnal, he takes it back. It's still on their side, though. This is quite aggressive. Wonder, it's in his name, but can he make it happen? I don't think so. Yubnal, he takes it from his possession, but Matrix, he is back to him. Passes it over to Whitesea, and these teams, they just can't decide who they want to have. Wave, he was high up in the air. He was like a kite. Although, idea off the wall, puts it right in the middle for Wonder to capture. And now it's just a pass to see who's going to be punishing who. And in the meanwhile, Yubnal, he goes up in the air. Wonder's there before him, but so is Whitesea for the ladder. And in the meanwhile, he goes off a bit of an air dribble. In the end, though, with the lacking boost, it's sadly not going to be committing to anything.
Yeah, Wonder now off that left-hand side. Oh my goodness, Tidier taking a risk. But maybe he thought it wasn't quite as big a risk until he saw the ball fly just onto the crossbar. Whitesea cuts inside. Morv will get the clearance. And what I have now learned is Yupnal is actually Captain Chronic. So that is something we can use for the future as Wonder off that right-hand side. He loves that right-hand post, doesn't he? I don't think that one was finding its way in the goal. I think it was going to hit the post. This one off the backboard. Way by Yupnal for the moment. Wonder turns it in. 30 seconds left. These two teams, nothing to separate them yet. 20 seconds left. Tide is going to try and get something going for his side. The demo play almost came through. The clearance comes in from Azteca.
No, he goes off of him this year. The 50-50 doesn't necessarily favor him, but it's this 2-2 that's extremely brutal. If any team can get a goal in the last 5 seconds, it would be huge. It would be finishing off round number 1. Although they're all being very cautious, and I think it's going to be hitting the ground just as we mentioned it. And it's out of regulation here. Back to kickoff and back to overtime. 1 goal is all both of these teams need to secure the first round. And well, I think they're both getting right to it. Idea in Wave. I'm intercepting him from any given pass. But this could be huge. It passes over one, and he's just a bit too awkward to finish the job.
Yeah, Matrix on that far side. Now looking to get a double. Won't be able to. No boost really to work with. And Captain Chronic once again down this right. Has one to beat. Wonder's awkward and can't get across. As soon as I saw that shot coming in, I thought there was danger for the side of Azteca. And I was right to think that. It's Chronic with the goal. 2 goals for him. And Sanctuary Sanctum take game number 1 after being 2-1 down for so long in that game.
All down to the last 20 seconds, or 26 to be exact, in this overtime. Sanctum, they just get 1 goal in, and well, it was by the skin of their teeth. To say without the least that was extremely close. Almost defended, although almost isn't going to be quite catching it. Looking over at these stats, I mean, the goals, we have 3 on Sanctum. With it come around 7 shots, 6 shots for Tizok, with 2 goals. So honestly, quite balanced, I'd say. Not much of a difference between the two besides that 1 finishing goal. And with it, these teams seem quite close here, Rhino.
You wanted a reason to keep watching, to watch this upper bracket final. You just got it there in 5 minutes of plus of Rocket League. These 2 teams are so evenly matched. These 2 teams just have everything that you want from rival tier. They're so good at what they do. Their communication is really good. Their rotations are pretty excellent. And Puffo, that means that we are going to get a very interesting series. I still believe this game goes 5, but I really wouldn't like to predict who wins it in that game.
Yeah, right now we can't say much, Rhino. We hold too much power. The caster curse is real, and that's what these players should be afraid of here. Although, before we get to that, before we get to calling any shots, the first round goes to Sanctum, and they need 2 more to lock it out. And Tizok, well, they pulled up quite a close fight. Although I think they're just going to be getting started, without a doubt. They're going to be bringing in more heat because, well, that's what they're all about. And they're starting it off. A nice little trade between the players. Matrix finds a nice little demo, but is found right shortly after. Whitesea in the air, intercepts Wonder, gets there before he does, but it's in the hands of Matrix now. And wow, Tideer read him like a book.
It's impressive. That was really impressive from Tideer. I didn't think he was going to get to that ball, but was able to make it work. And now Wonder does get the better of Chronic. Morv is going to be up for that one. It's not on target. It's into the corner. Whitesea going to try and clear this one away. Morv gets up for it. Wonder up to the left-hand wall. Cleared away by Whitesea again. It's now Tideer into the corner, gets demoed. His sacrifice may be worth it. Now this ball over the top. Whitesea does get the clearance. And it's very 50-50 right now. Both of these teams struggling to get a foothold in the game. Chronic gets past Morv, looking for the shot. Matrix gets in front of him. Oh, fakes out Whitesea absolutely beautifully. Takes this forwards, looks for the left-hand post. Not going to find it, but great play from Matrix.
What an ankle breaker that was. I felt it all the way over to the caster booth without a doubt. Although, look at this play. I mean, these players just can't decide. Yet again, we're passing balls between one another. There's going to be a bit of bumping going over to the top crossbar. You know, tries to capture off of it. He's being in this back line, defending, turtling in and using that shell to try and block any goal coming on. Meanwhile, pass over to the middle. Tideer, he's there for it. And will he be there for it? I think he will. Goes in for a second, gets bumped mid-air, and now it's all down to the defense of Tizok.
Yeah, Whitesea puts this one down into the corner. Morv does send it clear. Matrix will pick this one up. No boost to work with. Just going to look for the bump play, I would think. But hang on a moment. Morv's been taken out of the play. Under trying to turn. Whitesea onto the backboard. Chronic can't get much done there. Tideer up off the right-hand side. Chronic's taking out Matrix. Morv has to react and does. No boost on the map at the moment for Tizok. It's Chronic shots. Whoa, Matrix makes the save. Tideer tries again. Not going to find it. Chronic down. And Tizok survived for the moment. There's another shot on goal. Sanctuary, they're trying to batter the door down right now, Puffo.
Yes, they are halfway through, and we still have not seen any goals as of yet. Sure, they were close. Well, we need to get to the execution of it, and I think that's what we're going to be getting to. Tideer heard the words, and he made that cherry blossom as another goal. The opening one for Sanctum here is going to be delivered with a nice little bit of teamwork, and like you said it earlier, Rhino, friendship combined.
Yeah, it was tough, really, for the defense of Tizok to read what that play wanted to do. There was only one of them back. I think it might have been Morv. But Chronic off the backboard, wants a double, won't find it. Tideer's waiting. Morv is clearing. Hang on a moment. Wonder. Oh! Whew. That ball got past Whitesea there. There was a definite chance for a goal there for Tizok. Not going to be found on this occasion. Whitesea pops it up. Morv onto the backboard. Tideer. You do not want to give him time and space. Morv drops that one down. Wonder follows it in. Whitesea's at 6s and 7s. And it's 1-1.
Eventually it had to happen. T-Zoc wanted to stay in the game. They needed this goal, and they needed it fast. With 2 minutes remaining, it didn't take as long as it did for Sanctum to claim their first, and with it, we're down to this equalization square one, like nothing even happened. Although time is running low, and someone's going to need to get that leverage upon for themselves. Wav, he's in the corner. He passes it over to the middle, but Weiss, oh, he bumps it away. He doesn't like it anywhere near his net. Very powerful shot. And
oh my
very
goodness,
double commit coming out from Matrix. Beautiful with it.
That is absolutely beautiful. Wonder puts that one off the backboard, but Matrix is the one to follow it in. Lovely double touch, dunking down, and I saw someone in chat ask, do we know the 20R series score? We actually do. At the moment, it is 1-1 in that game between 20R Robin and Green Phoenix Ash. Those two fighting to stay in the competition, stay in the playoffs. These two obviously have another chance after this game. They will want to guarantee themselves in the grand final. Matrix! That redirect on the halfway mark is absolutely picture perfect over the top of White Sea, but not over the top of the net. It's 3-1, 2 goals from the captain, and Matrix is not garb anymore.
Sanctum now falling short and at the same time trying to play a bit more aggressively. A flake over by White Sea attempted, although there was no confidence in it. Didn't show it and didn't make it work. Even he's in the air, he dribbles, he tries faking, but just a bit too late and not in the correct position. White Sea, he makes a shot, and it's going to be going right past the defense. A very nice return of goals, and now we're down to that 1-goal deficit yet again. Sanctum still on the lower end, although not an impossible situation.
No. Not an impossible situation at all. It's very tight. We've seen Azteca already throw away a lead. We'll see if they make it happen on this one. Sanctum needs to come back into it, though. And Chronic is going to be given the chance to do so. Time and space afforded him. White Sea just can't get the read on where that ball is going to land. And it will be a chance for Azteca now to move back down the field. 1 minute remaining. Chronic, what's he got for us? Picks the ball up. Going to be taken out over by Morv, but Tideer looks to the left. White Sea intercepting. Nice work. Tideer wants the redirect there. Won't find anything. Matrix out to the halfway mark. Chronic putting the ball in Azteca territory. White Sea into the middle. Matrix clears it, but that demo is so huge. The ball comes down the other end, but it's missed. Wonder will finish it off. Second touch is the charm. Azteca Tizoc surely tie this series up 1-1.
Wonder is not allowing any misses to come through here, and T-Zoc is not allowing a flawless without a doubt. Sanctum 2-4, 2 behind, and 35 seconds on the clock, slowly getting to the end of the beginning. I mean, in the end, it's Matrix. It's everyone just down, piling up on this ball, trying to chase it as much as they can, because wasting your time and not allowing the enemies to claim this ball, that's the paint, that's the point, and that's where you really want to play around it. It's the safe game, and honestly, with it, it should already be set in stone that T-Zoc are definitely going to be taking this round number 2, and their first to open it up to get some sort of alignment going. Ultimately, though, a nice attempt from both of these teams, and yeah, we're going to slowly just start transitioning over to this third round, and well, this was a bit more one-sided than the previous one. Sanctum earlier were, or was it 1-2, 2-3, something like that?
3-2.
3-2. Now it's a 2-goal deficit. Just a bit larger, nothing major though.
Yeah, but I have to say, I thought Sanctum came out of the blocks really quickly in this game. I thought they played the first minute and a half, 2 minutes really, really well. But the minute that Azteca figured them out, the minute that they knew what to do, they really found their stride. And you can see right there, Sanctum had the more shots across the game. And I think most of that came from that first half.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, Puffo, the only stat that matters is that stat at the top of the screen. Tizoc, 4-2 victors, and we've locked in a guaranteed Game 4. Game 4.
At least something. It's a guaranteed
I want
game
a Game
4.
5.
And yeah, I was going to say just exactly that. We want that. We want to go all the way through. I mean, it's the upper final. If we're competing for the grand finale, might as well make it big before we get to the biggest. In the meanwhile, though, Sanctum have to start picking it back up again. They had a really good start. You said it. They came out strong. They were absolutely dominant, just shooting those balls left, right, and center. T-Zoc didn't seem to respond, but, well, they picked up the phone, and that's when they started making calls towards that second half. Really made those goals really pop out time after time again. Now, going into this third one, I'm wondering what's going to happen. We've seen one round from each, and now this is kind of like a tiebreaker, I'd say, the one to start getting towards that match point, and that's where the pressure really starts kicking in here.
Yeah, absolutely. Go on to Forbidden Temple. And we'll see what these two teams have for us in Game 3. Of course, one of these is going to lock in series points, and Chronic wants it to be Sanctuary, but not with shooting like that. Recalibrate your radar, sir. That is off the crossbar and away.
Oh, another whip right after. It's such opportunities, yet all of them missed. Not something you want to keep in mind, Sanctum. Leave that off the field. Go with it. All positivity, all confidence, but not that much to the point where you don't hit your shots. A nice 50-50 block from Newton. Quite confident in those. A nice little commit from Tidier. He almost puts it in the goal. Yet again, it's so close each time, but it just doesn't get to the point where it's a goal for them. And now a counterattack here. Wonder almost goes up for it. Though, going off this backboard, it's not going to get touched, and it is faded out for White to make an attempt, but it's Tidier back for round number 2, and he gets it.
That was crazy. White Sea getting a shot that surely should have found its home. Matrix is able to send it clear. Side is following in that third man press, and Sanctuary lead again, but we saw this in game number 2. We saw Sanctuary lead, and then we saw Azteca come back into it, so he will know this game is not done yet. Wonder off the backboard, cleared away by Tidier. It's onto the far side. White Sea, big interception, looking for more. Good angle, good save by Morv. And Wonder will send that clear, but yeah, Puffo, Sanctuary, they really need a second goal in this game. They need some daylight between themselves and Azteca.
Absolutely. Every single time it's been this one-ish deficit, the second they get the 2, that's when it really starts kicking off. Although in the meanwhile, TikTok, they're still behind. We need to see some more action from them. Although they have upkept it, and at the same time, we've seen them really bring the aggression out. And without a doubt, that has been more noticeable. We just need a little bit of an extra pinch from them just to push Sanctum into the very corner. And Wab is going to be directly onto it as he proves that this is not going to be standing for much longer, and the equalization is going to be through.
It is, and Morv is going to be the one to finish it off. It's a really nice play from Azteca. But as I mentioned, Sanctuary, they are going to be very concerned now about this game, having gone 1-0 up in the previous. And Azteca started to run away with it. Morv almost got bumped there. Will be Matrix now to send it clear, looking for the bump onto Tidier. Wonder challenge. Good demo from Matrix onto White Sea, but Chronic will still have time to send it clear. Now it's Matrix. Back down the field. Let's take this again, but a little bit of boom ball, which we don't like to see at this level, do we, Puffo?
No, we don't. Although in the meanwhile, players seem to be having a bit of trouble with their boost, trying to regain it as well. It was Yupnal proving that point exactly in White, redirecting it over to Tidier, although this was right in front of the net, some dangerous territory we're approaching, and Wonder hitting it right back off to that corner, just trying to pass it over to his teammate. These are opportunities, yet again, though not executed off perfectly, but nothing's perfect by the end of the day. 2:30, we're in the half match. It's still the same, and no goals have been given, although I'm scared that this was a caster curse, and that's exactly what we're leading towards.
It was very close, but not coming through just yet. Chronic. Wolf, good save. Tidier gets demoed, but no boost for either man over there for Azteca, so Wonder's going to have to come through, be over to the far side. Now Chronic gets the clearance to get this one past Matrix, does do so. Morv is there to collect. Gets a wonderful dunk onto Whitesea as well to really deter Sanctuary from their offensive exploits. Chronic off the backboard. Big pinch by Wonder. Is that going to find its home? Tidier's back. But more Azteca, just, they're really trying to make Sanctuary scared of the counterattack. And I get the feeling that they are.
Sanctum here, just defending. They're laying back and possibly even waiting for an opportunity to strike. Although it may be T-Zoc with opening opportunity, as they're just going demo for demo, bar for bar, and word for word, absolutely running them through. Solaris in their possession though, and here, the full name of the Alpha Sigma Wolf. This gets it over 1, but that's not going to be enough. We still have 2 in the line of defense. Mave, he defends it. He puts it right over towards that net, although, like always, defended very nicely. It's still in the hands of T-Zoc here, as they flick it over 1, but they look to find some more. Wonder here just goes up in the air, takes it nicely, tries to chase, but in the meanwhile, they're going to be a bit too fast. Juvenile here has loved the ceiling so far.
Yeah, he absolutely has. Hang on a moment. Whitesey's got a chance. It's off the post. Matrix to clear. Wonders up the wall. But Matrix surely will follow this one in and will find the goal to send Azteca into the lead. Matrix onto that far side. No boost for Wonders, so he has to just be a nuisance. He just has to make it hard for Tide here. And that bump is perfectly executed. 2-1. Azteca need to hold on for 45 seconds.
Don't let me down. I gave you a bet earlier, and if you lose this, it's all over for me. But I don't want to lose it, but whatever the case is, I doubt any team wants to lose here. And with it, Sanctum, 35 seconds. They're yet again down to this 1 goal deficit in the final few moments. And that time shortage is something so detrimental to a team, not only because of live pressure, but at the same time, it puts you on edge deeply. White Sea likes it nicely. Although Mave, we have the team chemistry here. They're passing it from one another. They can read each other. It's all in the mind of these players. Although Wonder, not the best attack there, leaves open for 2 defenders and 3 attackers. Trying to play off of the center, it's going to be leading to nothing, as of course, with the ball not in your contention, and even possibly going towards your own net, the time will finally tick out, and ball touches more slowly, keeping that Rule 0 alive, although I don't think for much longer. And T-Zoc, they win round number 2.
They do, and they are the ones to take series point. Game 4 is just around the corner. T-Zoc needs to win one of the next 2. Sanctum needs to be perfect for the rest of this series. And you can already see the script being written. You can already see the way that this is going to take place. Whichever team loses this series is going to feel hard done by, because it's such a tightly contested game. Both of these teams are going to feel like they could have won it on a different day. And maybe, just maybe, we'll get the rematch in the grand final. There's still another game to go before that. But, I mean, Puffo, at the end of the day, T-Zoc come through. They're winning 2-1. And they're going to want to get this done as quickly as possible.
They surely will. What's bothering me on Sanctum's side is the early game. I mean, they have 3 shots more, and all of them are just like previously from that early match. They kept them going at the net time after time, and in the end, sadly, nothing was connected, which is a bit of a breaking loose end. T-Zoc, that's where they managed to just bring it, pick it back up, and carry it right over to their own home. And of course, that's how we get to the score. 2-1, you said series point, and with it, they're looking to finish it off. Now, I do believe we were getting a bit of a timeout call. I'm correct? We are.
We are getting a timeout from Sanctum.
Interesting.
So, we will see if that comes through. Of course, something that a lot of the casters across different playoffs for last week, of course, we had Challenger and Prospect. I'm sure people have been saying it this week as well. The percentage of game victories after calling a timeout at the top level is quite high. Normally, after taking a timeout, you will win the next game. So, it could be a stroke of genius from Sanctum. However, of course, Azteca, they still have their timeout to use after this game. So, whether they decide to use that or not, I don't know. Well, it all depends on what happens in this game, doesn't it, Puffo Bob? And we're going to go to Beckwith Park to find out exactly what will happen. Of course, slightly longer delay because of that timeout. We will get things started very, very shortly indeed. Can Azteca get it done in 4? I'm not convinced at this moment, Puffo, but we'll see.
We're going to have to see. Time will tell, and it's a wonder of players. I mean, we've been seeing really insane shots. Definitely the teamwork has been on point. I mean, it's without saying. These teams, there's a reason they're number 1 in their own division. Although Sanctum, 1 behind now, looking to get it all the way to the big best of 5. Put that 5 in it, and honestly, I'd love to see it. I think the intensity and the action, of course, the voice, the crowd, everything would go just that much harder if we would be down to that big match, the big decider itself. And if T-Zoc finish it off like this, a 3-1 for themselves, well played to them. You know, they're all playing for the victory. And of course, with that timeout, I'm just wondering what's happening in Sanctum's chat. What are they talking about? And what are we wondering? What do we have to change? Those are the big questions. And, well, Rhino, we're going to see the answers right here and right now.
Yeah, I do worry a little bit with Sanctum because, honestly, the kind of answer of what do we change is not a lot. Like, they're playing very good Rocket League. They're playing incredibly well. Maybe be a little bit more aggressive. Maybe get those bumps and demos through a little bit more often. But past that, there's not been much wrong with their gameplay. That is what will concern them a little bit, as it's a big pinch over to that far side. Wonder. Let's pick that up. No, White Sea will win it. Matrix just getting past White Sea into that corner. Played by Tidia for the moment, and 30 seconds gone in game number 4. Azteca will want to buck the trends. They will want to take this victory. Matrix looking top left and finding it too. When Azteca need a goal, you can always rely on Matrix.
White Sea got a free haircut right then and there. It was so close, but in the end, it's a free goal. And of course, Tzok, they swoop it right under Sanctum's feet. Now it's an early advantage. It's early pressure, and that's what they need to continue. It seems like Sanctum really easily fold under that so-called pressure. The second, there's some sort of advantage over for Tzok. They just let it go. They can't necessarily follow up. And we're showing that yet again because it's so close to the net. Matrix, without Boosh, charging and charging, without a doubt, the Mwap, he's back. He's in the back lines. He's playing it safe. He knows that there's going to be another opportunity for a second goal. As Sanctum, they need to get one for themselves in. White Sea, he has it in his hands, although it's going to be Taz passed right over to Tidy. Off that ceiling, just like even all earlier, and they pass it between each other. Get it over to that opposition. And in the meanwhile, doesn't seem like it's going to be anyone's game just as of yet, although getting quite uncomfortably close here.
Yeah, Wonder down this left-hand side, now cutting in, looking to get past White Sea. Good save. Matrix is waiting. Matrix is dunking. It's a double commit. It's scrappy defending from Sanctuary, but it's enough for the moment. Wonder off the backboard. Tidia into the corner. In by Morv. It's going to be Matrix again, but Chronic is there. Now Wonder doesn't have any boost to take, does still cut off that ball. Now White Sea trying to take this forwards for Sanctuary, does find the angle. Morv just able to get this clearance, and Matrix over onto that far side. Means Sanctuary are going to have to build again. Maybe actually it's going to be a pull shot. Oh, the power of friendship comes through once again. It's Wonder into the back of his captain. Matrix credited, but that's a lovely pull shot, that one, into the back of the net.
An own goal has Tzok, and it makes such a huge impact right now on Tzok's score because it was every single time that there was a 2-goal difference. That's when it was kind of set in stone and decided who was winning. Although nothing as of yet. We're still in the second half and making to try and change up the tide. Switch the table, turn it around for yourselves as Sanctum right now on the brink of it. Probably not too happy about the score and looking to make a difference, but Matrix is there to 50-50 it right over to anyone. I mean, Wavi, Wonder, they're sticking about and they're ready for the action. Although Tidier, he passes it over one. Wonder comes right about and makes sure it's going to be sticking to where it should be. A nice little bump up from the ball. Although Tidier is quite fast on his feet. And Yukmil, he tries to make a play, he tries to read, and trying is not going to be enough. Neither will Hope. You need strategy and you need to play this well. White Sea, he gives it. Wonder, he takes, he accepts that offer, and in the meanwhile, it seems like Tzok, they're just not letting go of this pressure.
They are not. Ball forwards. Chronic looking for this one. Wonder clears it away. And also, by the way, we are no closer to finding out who the loser of this game will play, as 20 Robin and Green Phoenix Ash are going all 5. 2-2 currently in that series. Champions Field taking place. This game is not looking like it's destined for our favorite series ender. However, there's a lot of time for Sanctuary to change that. 1 minute 30 to be exact. Tidia taking this one forwards. Wonder big challenge. Morv playing it forwards. White Sea drops it down. Wonder's going to get a free shot here. Actually, he's going to be challenged by his own teammate there, which, yeah, not sure the comms are exactly great on that one. They don't need to score. They just need to make sure Sanctuary don't, and they're doing a good job of that at the moment, Puffo.
Running Sanctum slowly out of their time, and that's a deadly strategy. Although it works, don't fix what's not broken. That's what they say. And Sanctum, they want to fix that broken record they have. The 0-2 nil 2 is not looking beautiful, not at all for themselves. Although with the minute they have remaining, they have a limited amount of time. They're going to have to wait
big
for
demo.
this line of defense, and they're getting exactly to it. Tidier, the Alpha Sigma Wolf scored a nice starter and leaves them with 48 seconds on the clock to get the second. And the question, will they do it?
Will they do it? But you also have to think, will they overcommit? This is something you do not want to do when you are in this position. There's a real chance now that those comms are going, throw everything at it, triple commit, go, you know, crazy! And when Azteca just give it to you, wrapped up with a little bow as if it's Christmas come early. Morv out of position. No boost on either Matrix or Wonder. The easiest goal that Sanctuary will score in this playoffs. And that is not the time to give it up, Azteca. Not the time at all.
Sanctum, 10 seconds is all they needed to put the fear factor back in the bag. The possibility of a comeback, and the defense, it was quite close right then and there. But 30 seconds remaining. Do we keep this in regulation or not? One goal could decide it all, and Tidier, he's looking for a third. He goes off the backboard, but it's not going to be on the spot. Not on the point, but Whitesea. Oh, how close. Sadly, yet again, he gives himself a bit of a brim on the edge. 15 seconds, slowly counting it down. Both of these teams just fighting for the possession of the ball, trying to punish any type of openings and any lead that could give them this finishing blow. Wonder, he defends, passes it on to Terra. Could this be a huge mistake? Sadly not, since we do have Matrix over toward that defense and putting it right onto the ground. Not just yet, though. I think these teams want to have it up in the sky. Look at Wonder. He's running low on boost, but in the end, playing it safe is what we're going to be doing in overtime as a round.
He had OT in game one. I believe it was won by Sanctuary. Need to do it again if they are to keep this series alive. Azteca score, we're done here. They book their spot in the grand final, but hang on a moment. Whitesea comes from deep. Good save by Matrix for the moment. Chronic off the backboard. Gets beaten by Wonder. Now gets past the second. Wonder's taking this ball forwards for Azteca. Trying to play the 50. Morv is waiting. Ball in field. The demo. The bump, sorry, on the back lines. It's not enough. Ball is not powerful. Matrix will pick this one up. It's going to be Chronic. Into that far side. Matrix has taken all the boost on his side. On his team's side, I guess. It's now 43 seconds gone. Chronic takes a pass to Whitesea. The dunk not there. But Sanctuary knocking on the door. No one's answering yet.
Yet, gotta ring the bell. It's common courtesy. And Yugnal there, he tries to attempt it. Some sort of flick over, something to get past this line of defense. In the meanwhile, though, defending this honestly had to be skipping heartbeats, but there's the counterattack. Right over to the right. Puts it over one. It's bumped up into the air. This could be an opportunity, but it's missed by Whitesea. A close one, yet no cigar in the end. Tidier, he still has it in possession. Back into the ceiling. Doesn't go for a pinch, but goes for rather a pass, a bump. Not sure. A pogo, whatever it may be. It's not going to be working out in their favor. Bumps coming out on Yugnal. He's stuck in a corner, and now just trying to figure out. As if Winnet was open for a second, this could have been deadly.
Yeah, it's going to be a big demo. That could be the opportunity. Matrix to the bottom corner. And I said earlier, when Azteca need a goal, they call that man. And he does find another answer. Bottom right-hand corner. Tied here at 6s and 7s. And Tizok take the upper bracket final 3-1. What a series that was.
What a series in every single round, being as close as it possibly could be. In the end, though, the winner is Tizok and Sanctum. They're going to be booted off just as for now. A nice little score to end it off, and overtime being long, over a minute and 30, I believe it was, dragging as it possibly could, and showing the rivalry and the close skill difference. That it isn't necessarily too far apart between these two teams. An absolute show match that was absolute, chef's kiss.
Yeah. You can see the post-series stats. Goals were in favor of Azteca, but not by a lot, only 3. But the shots very even. The saves very even. The demos very even. These two teams are so tightly matched that I think it would be awesome to see a replay in the grand final. Here is a series MVP. Of course, it's Matrix. 8 goals from 11 shots is absolutely insane. And it will be Sanctuary Sanctum who drop down to play the lower bracket final against 20 Robin, who were able to get that Game 5 victory against Green Phoenix Ash. So we now know that game coming up. And I would also just like to say, neither of us got our predictions fully right. It was Puffo Bub's scoreline with my winner. But if you combine them, we look pretty good.
Yeah, it's teamwork. What these teams showed today. So honestly, you know, I'll reach your hand out, you'll reach yours, and that's how we do it. We technically got it right if we combine it.
Exactly. That's exactly what we were trying to do as well, of course. You know, you guys wouldn't get it. It's understandable.
Yeah, come on.
But listen, we've got to set things up for that lower bracket final. So I will let Puffo Bob take us out of this one. But I'll see you in that lower final. I'm gonna stay on the cast. Are you sticking around, Bob?
No, stick around for the jokes, for the memes, for the lols. You know it. I'll be around. You know, I'll be in the chat with everyone else. But it has been a pleasure to cast. Thank you so much for the production. Thank you to the viewers, the players. You know it. And thank you, Rhino, for casting alongside me. It was absolutely beautiful. But with it, we'll be leaving the upper bracket or the lower bracket final to play out. And with it, we'll be signing out. So have a great rest of your matches.
You like to play your own game. Cover it up, don't let them know what you're thinking. I bet you never tell them how it feels. I bet you never even try to be real. Cover it up, you like to play your own game. Cover it up, don't let them know what you're thinking. I bet you never tell them how
I could set you free, show you what this world could really be. Here with me, I could set you free of the pain and misery and let you be. Here with me, I could set you free. I could set you free. I could set you free, show you what this world could really be. Here with me, I could set you free of the pain and misery and let you be. Here with me, I could set you free. I could set you free, show you what this world could really be. Here with me, I could set you free of the pain and misery and let you be. Here with me, I could set you free. I could set you free. I could set you free, show you what this world could really be. Here with me, I could set you free of the pain and misery and let you be. Here with me, I could set you free. I could set you free.
Looking past my reflection, thinking about what you mentioned. It was supposed to be the one to take every last pain away. Nothing on our loving, maybe time told us that we were different. Did it break you down? Staring at the ceiling, fighting off a feeling. One more minute, 'cause I just don't wanna come down. Don't wanna go back to how I used to be. Staring at the ceiling, fighting off the feeling. One more minute, 'cause I just don't wanna come down. I wanna go back to how I used to be. Looking past my reflection, thinking about what you mentioned.
addicted to you. Visions of you. Come closer, 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 closer. Come closer, 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 closer. Visions of you.
It has been a long, long road, but 8 teams now becomes 3. And the last remaining hope for the Glacies Conference has to get past the 2 hottest franchises in Rival right now. Good evening, everybody. I am Rhino. I am back from the upper bracket final to bring you some lower bracket final action with a new co-caster. You can see him on your screen. You love him just as much. It's Hodge. How are you this evening?
Well, it's good to be back. It's good to be back on the stream, and don't worry to everyone watching. I will not make this as painful as the cast of the other day, yesterday, I believe. So yeah, we're here to entertain. We're here to hopefully give you an enjoyable cast for this lower final. And we've got 2 teams who've really entertained everyone today, Rhino. It's 20 are taking on Sanctuary, and it's 20 Robin taking on Sanctum here in this lower bracket final. 2 teams who've, well, had some lows and had some highs today, but at the end of the day, they've come out in the lower bracket final, and, well, only one of them can go forward.
Yeah, let's take a look at that bracket right there. 20 Robin lost 3-0 in the upper bracket semi-finals to Tizok to send them into the lower bracket, but they got past 2 very stern tests. Team Serene Mokiteki and Green Phoenix Ash, both in 5-game series. These guys are going to be absolutely shattered by the end of today. On the other side, Sanctum beat Ash 3-1, and they then lost to Tizok 3-1. So it's been a lot of 3-1s for Sanctuary today. Which way will it go? We will find out soon enough, Hodge. But the winner, of course, of this lower bracket final, this is almost the final before the final. The winner goes through to place in that grand final. The loser will be going home, will have fallen at the final hurdle. And that's a rough position to be in, but Rocket League sometimes is a very rough game. And I just want to talk to you about your prediction. Who do you think is going to take home this victory?
It's a difficult one. I think this is going to be a good series either way, and I purely think that because of the fact that this, 20R team they've just got over the line every single time today. They've just got to, the lower semi-final. They've just got themselves past the lower quarter-final, and then just got themselves to this position here, edging out in Game 5 every single time. Do I think they'll be able to go one step further and just get themselves to a grand final? Yes, and the only reason I'm saying yes is because I feel like the story of the number 1 seed from both conferences matching up against each other in the final is too predictable. Sure. And I like chaos, so I'm going to go 3-2 to 20R.
Fair enough, fair enough. I have gone the other end. I've gone for the predictable. I've gone for the boring. I've gone for the route that means that we will get a rematch from that upper bracket final, which was incredibly hotly contested. I think Sanctuary are going to take this one, and I think they do it in 3-1 fashion. I think they get it done in 4, but those are just our predictions, and I'm sure you guys can go ahead and make your predictions now. The prediction is live in chat. So get things underway. Put your channel points on the line as 20R take on Sanctuary in the rival tier lower bracket final. Hodge, take us away.
Well, here we go. Both teams have put their best foot forward today so far, and only one of them can keep on moving. But will it be a slow walk to the grand final, or will it be an immediate run for one of these teams? That's the question we're going to be answering today. And now Tyder going to try and drop that down and start things off well here for Sanctum, and it's picked up and cleared away there by Senna, who takes charge here in the early game. 420 Robin.
Yeah, tied it up on the left-hand side, gets the reset. White Sea takes it off him. That's a wonderful finish at the near post. Tied it up the left. Looks like it was going to be him to take this one. But no, White Sea just beats out Bailey on the goal line. And Sanctuary Sanctum are off to the races, 1-0.
1-0. And we do see the early momentum shift the way of Sanctum. Looked like 20 Robin might have had a counter-attack earlier on, but couldn't quite get far enough down the pitch with it. Now an opportunity off the backboard. It's saved away there by White Sea, and the shot also not on target. So it is now 20 Robin who have to try and find a response. They've had some good attacks, but will they be able to go the whole distance and really sort of pierce their chances into the back of the net? We already saw one that wasn't able to be sunk there, but now another opportunity might arise pretty soon as they have a little bit more pressure in front of the net here.
Yeah, it's going to be a chance for Blizzy to get a double. Can't find the second touch. And now it's going to be Chronic to be able to send this one back down the other field. Gets past Cena, but Bailey sends it clear. White Sea collects. Back in from Blizzy. Chronic once again having to do some work. Having to be careful. Cena is not going to be able to make that one work. And now tied here. Doesn't beat Blizzy in the air, but the shot's not on target. Chronic over to the side, and got to be honest, Hodge, 20R, they are growing into this game. They are starting to get a lot of chances. There's another one. Tied here pushes it over to the side. Sanctuary, they are not settled.
Not quite just yet, and White Sea now trying to redirect that one on target. I believe it was, but saved away nonetheless. So still stay at this 1-0 scoreline, and 3 minutes for either team to change that. 20 Robin going to want to try and find a way back into this game, number one, and see if they can really kill the momentum that has already been grabbed here by Sanctum. But that's going to be a bit of a tough challenge when you've got Yup winning challenges like that on the sidewall, and that's what we've seen so far this game. It's been 20 Robin who tried to start these counterattacks, but they haven't been on target, and now that one, another opportunity, passing play, and now they get the shot, now they get the goal that they've been needing for the past 3 minutes.
Yeah, it looked really good as well for 20R for a long time in that kind of the last minute or so. Finally, they do get the goal that they had been chasing. It was absolutely necessary for them to get that kind of momentum, get that answer. Now that they do, Sanctuary Sanctum know they're in a game. They know this is not going to be an easy series for them. White Sea, left of the goal. Chronic, not Chronic. Will put it up into the middle, cleared away by Bailey, who now finds the pass into Blizzy, looks for the redirect. That one's up. It's not going to be finding its home. Once again, I was right, it is Chronic. Tied here, looking for the top right corner. It's going to be Cena. Coming off that left now. Chronic intercepting. White Sea needs to do a little bit more than just intercept. Captain Chronic comes through to make the save, but 20R, they're looking like the better team right now, Hodge.
Looking like the better team, but can they translate that onto the scoreline? That's the question. It is going to be dropped down there, and someone's got to quite get on the end of that, and thankfully 2 players are ready to go from 20 Robin, but will it be enough? Yupnol tries to redirect that one onto target, but not going to be able to, and that's forced back once again. Another opportunity. Sanctum trying to force the 50s, but blocked out, and now Cena downfield looks for the redirect, not quite powerful and fast enough, and that's shut out as well. Yupnol stepping up on the defense for Sanctum, but now another shot comes through. Blizzy snipes that one and brings it 2-1.
Yeah, just a misplay from Sanctum there. Double commit on that ball. Tidier bumps Chronic, and then White Sea does have boost to get up ahead of Blizzy. Just is not able to read where that ball is going to go before jumping. 20 Robin have turned this game around, 1-0 down. Now find themselves 2-1 up, but there's still 1:40 left. Chronic just making Cena miss. Now cutting inside, looking for that pass back to White Sea, but Bailey cuts it off before it causes too many problems. I'll tell you what, this Sanctuary Sanctum team, I think, have had all of the wind taken out of them after that loss to Azteca. because they're at 6s and 7s right now. Double touch, no. Chronic sends it clear. Cena's following in. It's cleared away by Tidier, but it's not pretty, Hodge.
No, absolutely not. Now it is a counter-attack opportunity, 2-on-1 there, but the 50 is won out by Cena. So that's back over to this corner, and we now see 1 minute left on the clock. So it's getting to the point where Sanctum, you've got that early goal, you grabbed that momentum. It was instantly killed by 20 Robin, but you've got to find something because that timer is going to continue to tick down. And it seems like they're just not progressing anywhere down the field. Every time they have possession, every time they have an opportunity, it's struck back by 20R as they regain possession throughout the field, regain their attacks, and keep on pushing this scoreline.
Yeah, it's going to be inside now. Not quite going to be there. Bailey looking at the near post. Whitesea gets the clearance. Blizzy back in. With 30 seconds left, Sanctuary, they're going to be concerned about how this game ends up. Whitesea not going to be able to recover that one. Cena gets past, off the ceiling, played by Chronic, but Bailey's going to collect. 15 seconds. Bailey reset, backboard, Blizzy, Whitesea saves. Now there's a chance on the breakaway. Tidier has to get past Cena and does, but he hits the post. Now looking back for Chronic, but it's put onto the ground. It's chaotic. It's all over the place. It might still not be done, but the redirect doesn't come through. Cena clears that one away. Ball will surely hit the ground. 20 Robins survive a 0-second attack from Sanctuary. But the key word there, Hodge, is they survive.
They survive, but only just. If that Sanctum player was able to land that sort of bounce off the top of his bonnet, then it would be a very different story, and we might find ourselves in overtime right now, Rhino. But Sanctum aren't quite able to. So 20 Robin take the first game. They ride that momentum forward off of their last, late game wins. They went to game number 5 a couple of times, and they're pushing forward with that momentum to start off this series. How far can they take that though? And how long is it going to take Sanctum to adapt?
Great question. They struggled to adapt against Azteca in the upper bracket final. If 20 Robin give them another look like that, then might struggle to adapt on this one as well. Sanctum, you may be surprised to learn, Hodge, they took the timeout in between games 3 and 4 and then lost... in between games 3 and 4 and then went on to lose game 4. We know there's a big percentage of teams that take timeouts and then win the next game. Sanctuary on the other end of that, and that's going to be a concern for them as well. So even a timeout might not be enough to save them. They need to win this game too.
They need to, but will they be able to do it? Or 20R put them with their backs against the wall and match point against them. We've seen reverse sweeps already so far this playoff, but you certainly don't want to be at a point where you've got to do it in the first place. So now we already see the pressure start from Sanctum, but it's immediately turned on its head, and Cena looks to go the whole way, and he's done just that for 20R.
It's an attitude adjustment from Cena from the top rope. And it's gonna be enough to put Sanctum on the map, but will it be enough to get the 1, 2, 3? There's a lot more to play. And they will not go down without a fight. It's gonna be Chronic. Blizzy intercepts. Bailey not getting that one. Blizzy can't find anything there either. Now it's gonna be Whitesea. Big clearance. Demo on the back lines. The answer from Sanctuary is immediate. And it's Tidier this time to get the goal. They were not behind for long, Hodge.
I think if you concede a goal like that off the start, that is the best case scenario for you. Trying to get that goal back as quickly as you possibly can. And like you say, it's Tidier there to put it through and allow Sanctum the opportunity to get themselves at a tied game and the opportunity to get themselves back within reach of stealing this game away. And now they've got an open net. The defenders have missed it. Everyone's missed it. 20R not able to make contact with it. Meanwhile, Sanctum are just having fun.
I'm so confused. I'm so confused at what I've just seen. 20R started this game with all of the momentum, and they got the goal to show for it. And their defense just has not stepped up since then. Whitesea into the middle, cleared by Cena, but not convincingly. Chronic looking for Tidier. That's going to be another shot. That's going to be another goal. And Sanctuary Sanctum are being gifted opportunities at this point.
Thing I do recognise here from Sanctum is their resilience off of that first goal coming through from 20 Robin. 20 Robin scored an incredible goal to start off this game. And for most teams, you might think they might just give up. They might just sort of lay down and accept their fate, but no, this Sanctum roster is battling back, and they're not going to stop yet. Another attempted shot coming through from 20 Robin, but stopped in its tracks immediately as they continue to try and keep going. So Sanctum, while they may be conceding some goals here or there, they are battling back and they're not giving up.
Yeah, they are, as Bailey cuts this one across. Looking for the answer from 20R, but not finding it just yet. Whitesea off the backboard. It's going to be back in from Blizzy. Needs a second touch, but Tidy is going to be there to clear. His confidence is obvious from the side of Sanctuary. Bailey gets a big clearance there. Chronic intercepting. Cena comes through. Looks for that top corner. Needs a second and does find it, but it's not on target. And a goal back for 20R would have been so key right now. Tidy, on the other hand, is looking for his hat-trick. It does get stolen from him. And that is absolutely outrageous behavior from Whitesea. Stealing a man's hat-trick like that. I wouldn't have that if I was his teammate, to be honest with you.
No, I wouldn't either. But I mean, to be fair, at this point, why not? Why not have Whitesea start going for a hat trick? It's now turned from a competition between two teams to a competition between two players as to who can get the hat trick. But Bailey might remind everyone who's the opponent in this game. It's 20 Robin, and they're not done just yet.
They're not. Bailey from downtown gets the reset, goes top shelf. That is off the crossbar and in. Beautiful work from Bailey. As now suddenly that 2-goal gap is restored. 20R. They want to bring it down to 1 as Lizzie pops that one up. Tidy backboard. Still looking for his hat-trick, of course, after that one was stolen by Whitesea. And there's only one person back. It's Chronic. Big demo in the midfield. Chronic does enough to get past Cena. And now Blizzy taking this one between two Sanctuary players. Off the backboard, but Cena's there to push it over towards Chronic. Bailey just trying to intercept, and I think at the moment, Hodge, Sanctuary are just trying to frustrate 20R a bit, be kind of first to every ball. If they can't be first, make a good 50 of it, and that is frustrating this 20R side. The demo comes through, and this really should be going in from Sanctuary, but half the game gone, and the scoreline is still 4-2.
4-2, we stand at. Still opportunities for both teams to grab these goals and grab themselves opportunities here and there. But like you say, it's been a very high action game, this game too. Very different to what we saw in game 1, where it was all about sort of midfield control. This has more been about defense on either side of the pitch. And unfortunately for defense, there's no one back in the 20-yard net. That gives the opening to Tidier, and that gives the opening for Sanctum to start running away with this game.
Huge double demo by Chronic. I'm not sure either of the players could have got back in time anyway. Lovely shot from Tidier. At the end of the day, this is Sanctuary Sanctum stating that they are not to be fooled around with, stating that this is their series. They wanted it. They want Azteca again. I promise you that. Cena into the middle. Cleared away by Tidier. Bailey to this near side. Will look to go alone. Has 3 opponents in front and will be pushed away by the first. Chronic gets there ahead of everyone else. Bailey, nice redirect. Tidier into the corner. Lizzie off the backboard, but Chronic once again sending that clear. Now it's Cena across to the far side. Cena trying to get the redirect. Not going to do anything. Minute and a half. It's looking tough for 20R in this game number 2, Hodge.
It really is. And a bit of a shadow to what we saw from them in game 1. And to be fair, you know, they did win that game number 1 and they did show up pretty well, but I remember you using the term sort of they survived game number 1. Well, you know, they've shown signs of life so far in game 2, but it hasn't been enough for them to survive just yet. And if this continues, then they might fall. But hang on a minute, just at whenever in this game you think that 20 Robin are done, they tell you otherwise. And they, you know, they've already showed us some incredible solo plays, Rhino. Now it's less so the solo plays and more so the team plays that are getting them these goals.
Yeah, it's really nice to just get in front of Whitesea there before the clearance can come through. Bailey wins the kickoff as well. Gets a good 50 onto Whitesea. Pressure coming in from 20R. Nice shot away by Whitesea, but Sanctuary are going to be unsettled by that. They're going to be a little rattled. That ball comes across, cleared away by Chronic for the moment. 50 seconds left. So now it's going to be tied in. No, Cena gets there first. Bailey onto the left side. Cuts in. Looking for that goal that would bring them back within 1. It's Not happening yet, but hang on. Blizzy's got a touch here. Needs to pick up that 100 boost. Does do so. Looking to go alone, though. I don't know if a pass in infield would have been a better use of that possession. Chronic sends it away. Blizzy's pushed very far forwards. It's all or nothing now for 20R, and the answer, Hodge, is going to be nothing for this game.
Well, it will be a 1-1 scoreline in the series. 20R will have to go next. They'll have to think of what's gone wrong a little bit here that maybe didn't go as bad for them in game number 1 and see what they can do to fix their issues, because right now we've seen the adaptations coming through from Sanctum that's allowed them to come out swinging in this second game. And well, we're going to have to be looking to the other side. We're going to be looking to 20R to see what they can do, what they can bring to the table, because this game is well and truly over. And at this point, Sanctum are just going for style points. Bailey tries to find the redirect. Will it end up in the back of the net? The answer is no. The answer is Sanctum in game 2 as they equalize things here.
Yeah, and they look really good for it as well. Sanctum played their game this time, and they made that adjustment. They saw what 20R were throwing at them. They knew what they needed to do to beat it. And you can see there in the statistics, everything in favor of Sanctum. And now it's down to 20R to make the adjustment. Now it's down to 20 Robin to try and get back in this game, because they're now the ones that are on the back foot. Yes, they had some nice plays, but Hodge wasn't really anything else that they were able to find in that game.
No, there really wasn't, and they're going to have to look for something in game 3, because it sort of felt like off the start of that game, Rhino, there was so much momentum behind 20 Robin. They won a game and then came out with a cross-map solo player, and this is when you start to think, all right, yeah, they've shown up, and maybe they can use this to continue the domination throughout the game. But I wonder if 20R maybe started to get a little bit too comfortable after they scored that goal, and maybe thought, you know what, the game's already won after 3 seconds, and you know, you really can't do that. And Sanctum showed their resilience, obviously, and they fought right back, and I think maybe punished that squad of 20R. So I wonder if now that they've learnt that they can't just give in after a goal like that, maybe they're going to transfer that forward into game 3 and learn from their mistakes. But I guess we'll have to find out, because the players are ready and they're on the pitch. So what better way to find out than to watch it ourselves?
To get things underway. Back again. A 1-1 scoreline. One of these teams is going to take series point here, and it might just be 20R. Cena off the backboard, needed to be on target. White Sea will do enough to clear it away. Tider doesn't get in front, but White Sea big clearance. Now Cena sends it right back from whence it came. Tider doesn't get the better of Cena, and Chronic will have to work his magic down that left-hand channel. Bailey, no boost. Thought Bailey was going to be given a free run there without a challenge, but in the end, the 50s do come through. Blizzy's got a chance, gets the better of the low 50, but that's all there is to it. 20R starting game number 3 with a lot of pressure.
Starting game number 3 with a lot of pressure, but how long can that pressure continue here? 20R, we saw the pressure come through from them at the start of game 2. That slowly faded over time, and it faded into a 3-goal deficit, but now can they turn things around? They've already tried to fake out the oncoming attacker, but that hasn't worked out quite as well either. So they have to go again, and it has to be a collection there from Blitzy, but he's just popped it up for a teammate. Such a selfless player, but unfortunately, it might not work out. Blitzy on the defense, able to make a double save, and it keeps 20 Robin alive.
Yeah, it does for the moment, as Tidir off the ceiling. Now looking to follow this one in. Big demos. White Sea back post. What a save that is from Cena. Big spam to try and get that across the goal line. Prevent that ball from finding its home. And Tidier now. It's inside. Blizzy able to intercept down the right-hand side. Looking in for Bailey, but it will be cleared by Tidier. Not before Bailey gets something on it. Cena backboard. Needs a second. Will make it awkward. Bailey comes through, but cleared away by Chronic. Blizzy, nice redirect. Cleared away by White Sea. Chance for Bailey. No, goes by. Cena into the corner, needs a second. Blizzy's at the back post, surely will find it. And 20 Robin take the lead, 1-0.
Yeah, and Chronic tried to come down from the ceiling and get a touch on that one, but unfortunately wasn't quite able to do it. 1-0 in the game to 20R. We've seen them grab this momentum before. We've seen them get this opening goal, but now it's a bit later in the game. They've got that little bit of pressure already stored up behind them, and now we get to see what they can do with that lead, or if maybe they'll just crumble again like last game. What will they show us here? Cena going to take things up the wall and try to pass things infield to a teammate. Unfortunately for Sanctum, they're not able to make the read, but guess who is? It's 20 yards. They keep up the pressure. Blitzy now has to pass things infield. Is there a teammate waiting? The answer is no, as White Sea clears along away as well, but that's just going to be a free touch for Tidy off of that side wall, allowing Bailey to get the interception, but it's saved away quite easily there by White Sea.
Yeah, inside from Cena, looking up for Blizzy. Trying to get the ball inside. Tidea try and meet Bailey, and 20R doing a little bit of what Sanctuary did against them in game number 2. That's a nice shot from White Sea. Should be cleared away by Bailey and will. Cena's going to try and catch up with it. Does do so. Backboard. Bailey, no, just wide. That would have been a wonderful team play. But nothing comes of it in the end. Nice save from Tidea. Ball across the middle again. Chronic first to it. No second man press from 20 Robin. Means that this ball is going to be cleared relatively easily by Sank, and now it's a chance for Cena to move forward. Goes low, gets the flick, but nothing doing. 1-0. 1 minute 50 on the clock, Hodge. Still there for either team to take it.
Still there, still opportunities. Challenge on the sidewall is just going to drop down, and still in the possession there of Sanctum, but they have cleared that long and sort of gifted now a chance for 20 Robin, but they're not able to make contact with it, so the support will have to come through from Bailey, and he's able to make a touch, but that's just once again a little bit of a gift over to the opponent in possession. So what I want to see is these teams controlling the possession more, especially Sanctum, because well, they're the ones who need to strike here.
Yeah, Cena making the big clearance here. White Sea puts it back. Cena into the corner. He finds White Sea clearance. Big bump. Blizzy not going to find the shot on goal. The Sanctuary, I don't know about you, Hodge. I just don't know if they seem out of ideas. They're struggling to get anything going in front of goal. Anything going on target, certainly. And 20 are, at the moment, look relatively comfortable. Not to, try and cast a curse. That's just what I'm seeing right now, Hodge, and I can't really shake that.
I think 20R is just so good at picking up the pressure, picking up the pieces from their opponents and saying, you know what, we'll not give you a moment to breathe. We'll not give you sort of even an opportunity. And, well, I was sat in a VC with some people earlier, and they were talking about 20R and the matchups, and we were sort of mentioning it, and they said, oh, they're facing against 20R, it's a free win, but unfortunately for these teams, it's 20R who are now being a bit of a dark horse in this entire bracket and sort of surprising everyone in front of the net. Will not be allowed to be scored, and now one last attack opportunity. That's a big miss there coming through, but the support was there from Bailey at the last second, the dying second, to keep that away. 1 second remaining here, and that ball will hit the ground very, very shortly. As well, you have to believe.
Are you sure about that?
Be controlled. There we go. I would look very silly if that was a after that, but it wasn't. And 20R take the lead in the series.
They do, and I would expect that Sanctum call a timeout after that, although I've not seen anything just yet. So we'll see if that is the case. But I mean, look at those statistics, Hodge. Just so much further in favor of 20R.
Yeah.
And Sanctuary just couldn't keep up in that game number 3.
No, absolutely. They couldn't keep up. And I'm going to sort of skip the analysis and just ask you a straight question, because I sort of want to know the answer to this. I want to know your take on it. But only one of these teams can go to the grand finals. So against this squad of Tizok, who do you think will put up a better performance? Who do you think has the better chance of taking home a title? Do you think it's this squad of 20R who've played them a couple of times in league play, a couple of times throughout the season, and tied versus them every single time? Or do you think it's this squad of Sanctum who have showed their worth throughout the season? They've topped the Glaciers Conference with 50 wins overall, one of the most we've seen out of any division. And while they might be struggling a little bit here, they definitely have it in them.
They have the pedigree, absolutely. But if you were to ask me right now which team I thought were playing the better, were playing the better Rocket League, I think it's 20 Robin. I think Sanctuary look lost on attack. I think their offense is really lacking right now. And Tizok, I mean, they're going to score, right? However good your defense is, Tizok are going to score goals. So I think you just need to fight fire with fire. I think you need an offense versus an offense. And at the moment, 20R are the ones that are providing me with a better idea of what their offense is and how effective it can be.
Yeah, well, I would have asked that question, before Game 5, but I'm not too sure we're going to get there right now because the offense from 20R is certainly not letting up. Now a pinch downfield, will that be on target? The answer was maybe, but the answer still is going to be a complete no as the defense saves it away coming through from 20R. They're at all ends of the pitch and they're dangerous wherever they go. Now Blizzy trying to put that onto the sidewall and it's going to be collected there by Sanctum, and they're going to see what they can do with it. It's going to drop down and it's going to be Chronic who collects that one, but it is going to drop down once again, and it's everyone here right now just sort of scrapping around, seeing what they can do to get control, and Sanctum see if they can find any sort of momentum off of that last game where they really couldn't find much.
Yeah, I mean, scoring 0 goals in a game that you're playing in a series is never something that you want to be coming off the back of. That is what Sanctuary are facing, and, at this point, as the seconds tick down, as you've still not scored, you want to say that you would never do this, but it always happens subconsciously where you start to get inside your own head. Is it not our night? Is it, are we just not able to quite get what we need to get from each other at this particular moment in time? And that will be going through Sanctuary's mind if they're not able to score in the next 2 minutes, I would suggest. We then start having a look at exactly, how that will affect their mental. But at the moment, they've just got to score. They've just got to find an answer. They've got to find a way through. As it stands, they're not doing that, Hodge, and that is a concern.
No, they're not really showing up as much as a lot of people were expecting them to be here today, but it is this squad of 20 Robin who've maybe surprised quite a few people. Now an opportunity for Sanctum to get on the scoreboard, but Idea not quite allowed into the net. He's saved out once again. Now pinch downfield. That's on target. That's Bailey, and that is championship contending caliber coming through from 20 Robin. They want a final, and they will do just that to go and attempt to get it.
What an outrageous pinch. That, I mean, you've just got to hold your hands up and say, we're just not getting the luck. They're not getting the rob of the green, Sanctuary. 20R, that is exquisite. And now, Cena, backboard, Bailey will be up first, will score a second. And Sanctuary, this is now officially a test of how much you want this. How much do you want to get to that grand final? We need the answer in the next 2 minutes and a half.
It seems everyone else in the bracket today was invited to the Halloween party apart from Sanctuary, apart from this Sanctum roster, because they just haven't quite been where they need to be to take down teams like 20 Robin, to take down teams like Tizak, and unfortunately for them, it's costing them dearly in these clutch and crucial moments. 2 minutes, 14 seconds remaining. You feel this attack has to go in at some point soon. Shot off the crossbar, follow-up off the backboard as well, and it feels like momentum is well and truly against them right now.
And that's going to mess with your mental as well. A gilt edge chance, should be finding the goal every time, but it's just not doing. And that pass across, that shot is going to hit the crossbar. Blizzy going to be frustrated by that one, couldn't keep it down. Ball comes in at the near post, good save by Cena. Now the counter-attack comes in, looking for the bump is Blizzy, not going to find it. Up is Bailey. Triple commit comes in from 20R, but it's not punished. And Bailey comes through, goes by. Big clearance from Chronic. 1.5 minutes to save your season, Sanctuary Sanctum, or 20 Robin will be playing as Tekka Tizak in the grand final. I mean, Hodge, this is do or die time.
It seems like Sanctum are just panicking, and whenever they get the chance to throw forward those shots, they just sort of pass it to 20 Robin and just hand it to them on a silver platter. Now a chance. Now it's Chronic to the backboard. No, boost power, the follow-up. Whitesea dunks it with 1 minute remaining. The lead is cut in half, and Sanctum are given a chance. They're given another life, but will they run away with it, or will they let it sink through?
We needed to see that. We needed to see the fight back from Sanctuary to make this final minute interesting. And now it is. 20R will not just be able to park the bus for a whole minute. They are going to come forwards. Tidea gets past one. Cena intercepting. That's a third man press. 20R are not parking the bus. They're not resting on their laurels. They're chasing this Sanctuary Sanctum side down. Now it's Whitesea. So good in the upper final. Will not be able to get the shot there. Now it's going to be Cena and Bailey. That's a double commit. Bad communication from 20 Robin to tidy that up. But all three members of Sanctuary Sanctum are in a similar position until Chronic gets the beat. Double touchdown! It's Captain Chronic to keep Sanctuary Sanctum in playoffs, to keep their season alive. Just when it looked like all hope was lost, they find the equalizer, 2-2.
Well, as a saying, the captain always goes down with his ship, but this captain is not going down. This captain is rising up to the occasion and now looking for more than a tied game, looking to send us the distance, send us to a game 5 and do it in regulation. But now it's in the field. Now opportunities arise as White Sea pops it over to that side wall and it's cleared away here by 20 Robin. What will they be able to do? What will either of these teams be able to do in the final seconds? Or will they be content with an overtime? It will be Kill. It will be 20 Robin who bring it to ground. And we're back to the center circle for potentially one last time.
Yeah, 20 Robin. They know the job. And that's a big bump onto Chronic as well. Bailey drops it down. Cena's going to come through, play the 50. Lizzie will just let Tidier have that one. But Tidier goes by. Chronic collects. Cleared away by Cena, but only as far as White Sea, who's going to take the chance. Good save by Cena. That clearance away was not quality. He makes the second one work. Nice bump from Blizzy. Looking now to push forwards and try and get a demo. Bump from Bailey. They're more aggressive now, this 20R roster. They know that if Sanctuary come back in this game, if they do win it, and they will, then Game 5 is incredibly up in the air, and neither team is going to know exactly how it will go. Sanctuary Sanctum have momentum. 20 Robin still have solid gameplay. It's all to play for in Game 5 now.
Well, the character development there from Sanctuary in that game, the character development was so prevalent. It went from them not even being able to sink simple shots, them not even being able to make simple passing plays, and it really costing them, to them taking moments like that where you could take the shot, where you could try for a goal yourself, but no, the infield pass to your teammate, the soft touch comes through and it's sunk by White Sea to send us the distance, to send us to game number 5. Because for a while in that game, Brian, it literally, and I was so close to saying this, but a goal was about to be scored. It literally looked like 20 Robin, all they had to do was sit back post and wait and just save shots, because that was genuinely working for them for a good 4 minutes of that game. But in that final minute, Sanctum turned up, they showed up, they knew their season was on the line, and they popped off there in the final moments. But now that they've got out of the pressure chamber for the time being, will they be able to continue that performance, or will they crumble under the lights of Champions Field?
Well, that's a great question, Hodge. They passed the gut check. They passed how is your metal? But there's another one here, and have they used up a lot of their energy in that game 4, and we'll have nothing for game 5. We'll find out in the next 5 minutes of Rocket League. We will have our grand finalists after this very game, folks. Get hyped in chat. 20 Robin or Sanctuary Sanctum, who is going to take this game number 5? And at the moment, Bailey finds the top right corner to give a shout for 20 Robin.
Well, haven't we seen this one before, though? 20 Robin, they get that first goal. But we've seen this a couple of times, most notably Game 2, solo play, air dribble, cross-court play coming through from, I believe, Cena, and they still went on to lose that game. Game number 4, 2-0 up, final minute, they lose that game. Is this going to be a different story, or is this just going to be the same story all over again? Now it's going to drop down, there's no one there from Sanctum to capitalise, so 20 Robin will look for a counter-attack, but will they be able to complete it? We don't know, and Bailey's going to try to just force his way past everyone. Hang on a second, nobody able to read the shot, and Bailey just walks it home like he's taking the dog to the park.
Yeah. 20R. A few people mentioned that maybe 20R should have taken a timeout. I don't see it that way. They played incredibly well in the first half of game 4, and now they have started game number 5 so quickly out the blocks. Now it's going to be a chance as Chronic tries to get this one. No, Cena on the left. Looking for Blizzy now inside. It's a nice team play. Whitesea will be able to send it clear. Chronic. Sit down, clears to the middle. Whitesea, what have you got for us? Bailey. Been so good this game. Drop that down. It's now Cena. To the middle as Whitesea clears. Blizzy intercepts. Chronic has to get across. Gets across quickly. 3 minutes, 40 seconds. A long time left in this one. Sanctuary Sanctum on the back foot.
So far today, we've seen 20 Robin be the icier team of the two. They took down Mokiteki in a game 5 in the lower quarterfinal. They took down Ash in a game 5 in the lower semi-final. Now they find themselves in a game 5 of the lower grand final. But will they be able to get it over the edge, or will Sanctum keep finding these moments, keep finding these mistakes, and keep taking the chances when they're handed to them on a silver platter?
Yeah, I have no idea where Cena was going there. Thought about a challenge and just got caught in no man's land. So, Whitesea able to get a goal. And now that's inside. Bailey looking for a shot. Oh, not the boost to work with to make it happen. Cena will find that angle. Goodness gracious me. From the left-hand side. The 1 goal deficit was not there for very long. 20 Robin extend back to a 2-goal lead. And Hodge, that is unbelievable.
It's a simple shot, simple as you like it, coming through, but it's effective. And those are the responses, those are the goals that 20 Robin need. They're there to keep on getting things over the edge, but they've got to stay composed on the defense as well. Rocket League's a little bit of a 2-part game. You can get those goals, but if you're not able to defend well enough, then it doesn't really matter an awful lot. But now drops down, and now Sanctum is going to have an opportunity to continue their pressure that they've started to build up throughout this game. They've really been sort of second late game dominant team, a late game dominant team here throughout this series, and now we're going to get to see them start to cook here potentially as we head into the second half of game number 5. But have they left it a bit too late?
They well have done. Whitesea, big clearance. Blizzy going to get there before Tidea, and now Cena just clearing this one away. Chronic on the halfway mark. Blizzy will turn that one past Whitesea, who puts that one back towards his own net. Oh my goodness, it's going to hit the backboard, but a more dangerous route than other people would have taken. Let's put it that way. Cena now pops this one up. In now for Blizzy to get a bump or a demo. Something on the back lines. Not going to be able to find it, but a boost steal from Cena could be huge. Who now just needs to find the back post where Blizzy is waiting, but Whitesea is equal to it. Gets a big clearance as well. 20 Robin. They threw this kind of lead with this much time in game 4. They cannot, Hodge, they cannot afford to do the same again.
They cannot, and Tidey's not going to allow them to do that as he puts himself between the chances of elimination and that ball. But will Blitzy be able to make contact with it? No. Whitesea now trying to chase things downfield, trying to open up opportunities. Now back out, and it will continue to be 20 Robin that deny these opportunities, that deny these chances that Sanctum are doing so much work to attempt to create. But 20 Robin shutting them down on every occasion, and that's going to continue as Bailey sends things away. That's a touch into the open though, so it will be collected by Sanctum as they steal away the possession. Chronic now off of that side wall, looking for Magic, but the Magic will be killed immediately. And 20 are, maybe it's their day in the sun.
Yeah, Bailey, oh my goodness, it's awkward. Cena gets around the side as he won't get the better of Tidea. Sanctuary doing a good job of keeping this ball 20 yards half until Bailey catches it. Blizzy's going to get up first, but just goes by. And you'd think if Blizzy was able to get anything on that ball, that's game done. 4-1. And we start looking ahead to the grand final. That is not the case yet. Bailey from the sidewall. Hat-trick hero! Bailey's third of the game. Wrap this one up. Sanctuary Sanctum may be the comeback kings, but 3 goals in 30 seconds. I get the feeling, Hodge, it's a bridge too far.
Well, throughout playoffs at RSC14 so far, the number 1 seeds may have stood up in the regular season, but they're being sat down time and time again in the playoffs bracket by these teams who are having these dark horse runs. And while we may have one number 1 seed team already guaranteed in the grand finals, it's these surprise challengers who are taking the playoffs by storm. And 20 Robin will be the next team in line to do just that. 5 seconds left on this clock. 3
Oh.
goal lead, and it might be 1 at the
Oh.
end of the day, but it does not matter. 20 Robin will be your grand final contenders, and they will look to stand up against Tizoc, against the reigning champions of the Ignis Conference. They beat out in league play Rhino, and now they're looking to defend their title in the playoffs.
Yeah, that's something doesn't sit quite right with me with Chronic leaving before that final the game finally ends. Though I do accept that that is probably a tough realization to take. You are 4-1 down with 4 seconds. It's not like you're going to come back from that. So I completely accept the reasoning, but yeah, just a little a touch awkward at the end. Look at those statistics, Hodge. And tell me this was not an even game. 50% ball possession, 50% field domination, goals 12-11, shots 40-41, saves 23 apiece. These two teams deserved Game 5, and Game 5 they got.
At Game 5 they got, and I believe was it a certain Hodgecast who predicted? Anyway, we'll move on from that. But your series MVP is going to be Cena. 14 shots, 15 saves coming through from this man. Absolutely stellar performance to defend against the pressure that Sanctum started to cook throughout that series. Was certainly a stat line, and he was able to step up in every margin there. Take home the win and send himself to the grand final. An absolutely incredible performance, Rhino. And well, personally, I'm just happy to once again beat you in predictions.
Yeah, well, it was always going to happen, wasn't it? As at the end of the day, it's 20R who take the victory in a 5-game series. 3-2. It went down to the wire, but they now find themselves in the grand final. And I think we should stop talking about what's going to happen. I think we should talk about what is going to happen right now, because in about 15 minutes time, just under, Hodge and Sir Pegasus are going to be bringing to you the biggest game of RSC14 rival tier. It is the grand final. It's going to be Azteca Tizoc taking on 20 Robin, an all Ignis affair. And I am so excited to see that come to life, Hodge. If I was to ask you for an early prediction, who takes the grand final?
Well, I think I need some time to think of an actual one, so I'll not.
Oh, boo!
Yeah, I'll not do an exact scoreline. But
boo this man!
What I will say is, I think that Tizoc will take it in the end. I think it will come to a point where all these late game series for 20 Robin will start to affect them, and we highlighted it in the prospect final a couple of weeks ago. It will start to set in. The fatigue will start to set in, and unfortunately for them, they've had a great run, but I just think that they might get a bracket reset, but I don't think they'll go the whole way. I think they've played a while today, and it might start to get to them. But that's the real challenge. You've got to prove everyone wrong. If you're 20R, you've got to really stand up and say, it doesn't matter. We can stay focused for that long. We can conquer, and we can take that title home. But will they be able to do it?
Will they be able to do it?
What do you think?
Oh, no, you weren't meant to turn that around on me.
No, I absolutely will turn it around on you, because you asked me first, and I'll get to ask you as I then hand it to you back to outro.
Okay. I think this will be the first grand final of RSC14 without a bracket reset. I'm gonna make that claim. I mean, we've had some incredible series. We've had some incredible grand finals. Just don't see it coming this time. I think Azteca have it in hand. Whether it's in 4, 5, 6, or 7, I don't know. But yeah, I think Azteca Tizoc have been the best side in rival tier this season. I think they'll deserve their victory. But we are, of course, only speculating. We are only a few moments away from this grand final. Thank you so much for joining myself and Hodge for this lower bracket final. The grand finals follow right next up after this break. That made sense. Bye.
A Norfolk night, the world is cold. We stay We are not alone. Within my referee, there's holy light. Without a number, we stand and fight. And North ignite. The world is cold. We stand surrounded. We are not alone. Within my referee, there's holy light. Without a number, we stand and fight. Oh, 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 we are not alone. Oh, we are not and North ignite. The world is cold. We stand surrounded. We are not alone. Within my referee, there's holy light. Without a number, we stand and fight.
There's a distance between us. It's getting hard to reach out. Haven't seen you in seasons, but all I hear is your voice. I know my limits. You can break me down, but I'll stay till the finish line. And I've been counting minutes for quite some time now, just to see you again. And I've been counting days to get away, to see you again, see you again. Been fighting ways to get away, to see you again, see you again. We got millions of reasons to let it all go. Hope we're not too broken. I know I'm not always strong, and I've been counting days
see no wisdom.
Two conferences of 10 compete for 9 weeks to secure themselves a spot to the knockout stages. But when all was said and done and the dust settled, two teams of the very same kingdom find themselves here in the grand finals. But, my good friend Hodge, there is only one seat on that throne.
There's only one team who can take it. It's going to take one series for Azteca and double that for 20R if they want to make it and crown themselves champions. Are they going to be able to do it, or will they fall short? It's been a long day for 20R Pegasus. They've gone to game 5 after game 5 after game 5, and now they've finally gone through the gauntlet, reached themselves a spot in the grand finals. But will they crumble before the pressure?
It's a really hard pressure to take, and 20R have done really well. They started off, of course, in the upper round 1 of the play-in stages, of which they managed to get a sweeping victory versus Shock. And moving on, they of course did have to play Tizoc in the playoffs, where they did face an unfortunate sweep versus this first place side. Before that series, Hodge, it was all draws between these two teams. Of course, they do come from the Ignis Conference. They had those two matches against each other, and well, it didn't go all too well for them. But down but not out was this 20 Robin team, advancing with game 5 after game 5 after game 5, eventually finding themselves here in the grand final. Azteca, however, a lot smoother sailing, of course, being first in class, were able to have an immediate qualification into that upper semi-finals, where they, of course, swept this 20 Robin team, advanced with a series win versus Sanctum as well in game 4, and now find themselves in this grand finals. And I must say, it's been a very, very long day for this 20 Robin side. Do they have the energy to go all the way?
That's a question, and like you say, they went to multiple game 5s. They even took down your team, your franchise, while you're at it. So I'm sure there's a little bit of spite there still, but we're moving on to the team stats, and we get to see the comparison between these two squads. Like you highlighted earlier on, they've played against each other twice before, and it's been a tie every single time. So this, statistically, based on the times they've already played each other, should be a pretty even match. But when you look at the statistics of the whole season, it's Azteca coming out on top in quite a few margins. But what I want to highlight is goals scored, 190 on both sides. Both teams are offensive powerhouses, and they're not afraid to start pushing down the pitch.
Yeah, of course, and they did play each other earlier today. That was actually a series I had the pleasure to cast, and I tell you what, Tizoc were all over them. I mean, you see more there with 68 games played, 45 goals to his name. He got himself a couple extra in that series. He was looking incredible. Of course, he's a former elite player. He's made 2 LAN grand finals with RSC, one being the original RSC Landemonium, and the one before RLCS London that we hosted. This is a player that can play extremely well under pressure. He advances really far, but sometimes he hasn't quite been able to make it over the line. This is his chance. Of course, GMing Azteca, he was already able to build himself a fantastic team in the Challenger tier. I'm sure he has confidence that he's done the same here in Rival. And well, we'll see if they can get 2 championships to the very same organization, which I do also want to point out, Hodge, would do wonders for their potential standings in franchise of the season. Then over on the other side, there is this 20R side. There is someone scheduled on that team who is one of the AGMs. He didn't play earlier today, but he has that confidence in the rest of the team. And I feel like it makes sense, Hodge, because this is a team that has some fight in them.
Yeah, I think, like you say, didn't play earlier on. I think it's so important for teams in this position to, have the ability to utilize that sort of sub role as well. You can, bring in that fresh pair of eyes, that player who hasn't already played and hasn't had that mental strain on them, and that player who hasn't potentially been fatigued a little bit. And it's so important that you sort of have that player who has a fresh mind, I guess you can say, to propel the team forward in those situations where you really can mentally start getting drained. And that could come into factor with this 20R score. We've already talked about it before at the end of that last match. A team who's really pushed themselves to their limit today. And I was saying to Rhino before the break, I would just wonder if it's going to affect them.
Yeah, of course, it takes quite a lot of mental fortitude to go all that way, really, doesn't it? Especially with all of these game 5s in a row. You can look at it one way and say, well, they have the capability to fight all the way. And ever since joining this lower bracket, they have looked so dangerous. However, on the flip side, you can say that that's a really tiring task to do, and there's only been one team that's been able to take a life off them, and it's that very same team they find in the grand finals, and they struggled in that series, Hodge. It was rather one-sided. It was 1-goal differences, but it certainly wasn't telling the whole story. There was plenty of time where 20R was just kind of stuck in defense. If I remember right, in game 3, they didn't even get a shot until the second half of that individual game. Morv was performing out of his mind. I mean, he was really showing his prior experience, and his connections alongside his AGM were evident on the pitch as well. And you know what? Let's not waste no time. Let's get to the final stages of this little bit of a pre-show. I'm going to throw my prediction out there. I don't think there's going to be a bracket reset. I'm going to give it in 6 to Azteca Tizok securing their 2nd championship as a franchise this season.
Well, I think I'm also going to do the same thing, which is weird because we didn't actually talk about predictions much before we went into this finals cast. So it's sort of weird that we're going the same thing. But, you know, maybe we're either going to be both right, Pegasus, or we're both going to be wrong. But we'll find out at the end of this series. And I'm going to go for no bracket reset, 4-2 over to this Azteca side. But the players do seem like they are ready. So let's get them on the pitch and let's get this grand final underway here. The 3rd grand final of the RSC playoffs, and it's going to hope to be an amazing one nonetheless. Let's get things underway. Hodge and Pegasus, the only grand final Pegasus is making, but it proves to be a good one nonetheless.
Hey, last season in RSC, I did play in a grand finals, and it was actually against an Azteca side. Azteca took me down in game 6. It's matching my prediction today. Their challenger team has such a history of taking away championships. However, Rival, they're looking to go into some untouched ground if we're talking about last season specifically, and this may be the team to do it. Favourites on the desk, favourites in the chat, but when has that ever stopped 20 Robin?
When has that ever? They've emerged victorious so many times today, and they're already looking to do the same as they... I found a little bit of early pressure here and there, but nothing to turn it into a goal just yet. Now that might change as the pressure continues to be put on the backboard of this squad of Tizok, but nothing to damage them too much, and it will be picked up and cleared away by Wonder for the time being. Demo is going to come through. That means the ball is beat back over to their back wall, and it is going to have to be picked up. Thankfully, they do manage to do that, but only for a little bit of time. I think it's so beneficial here if this squad of 20 Robin are able to come out swinging here, Pegasus, but we'll have to see if they're able to do it.
Initial shot leads to a save there from Moore. That was the first real big challenge for this Azteca side, but we know how prolific they are. They were prolific in their last matchup. You don't have to rely on frequency when you've got that kind of quality on the pitch. It's just when that time comes, they know how to put the ball past the line. Wonder wanting to show us that. Blizzy making a fantastic save. More than the follow-up doesn't quite have the boost counter. Now counter-attacks are looking dangerous if 20 Robin can make the most of it. Blizzy, no boost, 50-50 alongside Wonder. Bailey wants to try and overlap and take this ball over, but a bump attempt on him does slow him down. So now Tizok have to take advantage of that little bit of space they've been able to give themselves. It's a high press right now to try and hold this 20 Robin side back in their own third. Shots come out, it's just wide of the post, and 20 Robin survived the first real challenge.
They survive, and now they're looking to go the other way. They've managed to break through over the top of 2 defenders. Cena gonna get that first one. 20 Robin in the game.
And well, that was quite a poor defense coming from Tizok. Early nerves definitely showing themselves here. They've also had a little bit of a break since they played their last series. On the other side, 20 Robin have had absolutely none of that. It was just complete miscommunication at that front post, mechanical errors as well. It was kind of just wrong all round, but we are just approaching that halfway point of game 1. They've got plenty of time to try and make their comeback, but 20 Robin are going to be using these moments to try and inflict as much damage as possible. Bailey's shot saved by Matrix. Wonder trying to catch them on the counter, but Cena should have this one controlled. He doesn't. Heavy touch. Matrix will take advantage. Bumps come out, but still through it. Cena is able to control himself. We'll take this one to the wall. Blizzy's an option in field, as is Bailey. Bailey, he's a big reason why they're in this position in the first place. He's been excellent, especially in that lower bracket. He's scored some fantastic goals on the way, but it is all about maintaining this lead now. 2 minutes left to spare in game 1, and 20 Robin do lead the charge.
I think what you said earlier on there, Pegasus, is so prevalent in the early games of this grand final. Tizok have had a little bit of a break. 20 Robin are coming out hot off of that last series and looking to do more damage. They will be kept out for the time being, but this is where it's so so prevalent. If you're 20 Robin, that you strike early in this series, you strike hard before Tizoc have a chance to pick up their momentum and start getting themselves rolling. And, you know, capitalize well. They're still warming up off of that little break. More forced into defense, but he will deal with it well. Matrix will as well. And well, right now, Tizoc are holding on, but only just.
And more. Oh, he's missed that one. And Bailey will go alone, but Wonder just able to keep that one out. A 2-0 lead would have basically been game over for this first game. I haven't quite seen that Tizoc offense, but I saw earlier in the day. Bailey, it's a big high touch. Wants Cena to try and take that one over, but it's a big miss. A huge miss in the grand finals, game one, and we've already seen the start of a potential heartbreak. Bailey, the top CMV, leaves it for the Tizoc AGM.
Well, there we go. Matrix slots that one. The player, the AGM of this team, able to do it in the moment that he needs to. 1 minute left on this clock, and this ball going to be hit up to the back wall. Matrix going to try and chase it, but that's just going to be picked up by Bailey, and it's going to pass over to Blizzy, who looks for the double, will not find it. Ball will drop down, and well, this team of 20 Robin, they came out swinging, but Tizoc have started to pick up the pressure a little bit. They've started to come online, and a lot earlier than 20R might have expected. Now you've got to strike. Now you've got to go for that demo. Bailey does, but unfortunately not able to get there fast enough. And now Tizoc have a chance to turn it around. Oh, down, but not able to strike it. Now more with a second chance, but blocked out once again. 15 seconds left.
And Wonder wants to keep this ball forward. They are looking to try and close this one down in regulation. Big plays, Rob, it's the crossbar. And now both teams have had their big mistake in game one. 20 Robin now on the counter. It looked like that Tizoc were going to be the team to potentially score in 0 seconds. They should have scored in 0 seconds, but now we sit in an overtime. They were equal during league play. They are equal in game one of the grand final. Shot on, and Cena finds the back of the net. 20 Robin take the series lead, causing heartbreak for Azteca.
20 Robin capitalise on the mistakes that anyone makes, and Tizoc, well, they made quite a few in that game. Couple of missed touches are going to result in an overtime, and then that overtime goes the way of 20 Robin. They come out swinging in game one, and Pegasus, I feel like in a series where you're not favoured to win, you're not favoured to send us to that bracket reset, it's so prevalent that you get that first step out of the way.
Absolutely. And do you know what they've done, which they haven't done today, Hodge? They've proven they can beat them on the highest stage. They were on stream earlier, the very same stream, main stream, for the first series of the day, and they suffered a sweep, and they suffered hard during that series. Tizoc didn't really allow them to have a breath. I had this idea that 20 Robin were this super defensive team that played for counter-attacks, this and that, but that's not how they play at all. They love the attack. They love being on the front foot. Yes, they've got quality in defense, but if they don't have to be forced there, they won't. Tizoc didn't force them there like they did in that first series today. And now if 20 Robin can continue to lead the chance and lead this offense, they might have a better shot than we were expecting.
Well, game number 2 going to be kicking off here on Forbidden Temple, and we're going to get to see if that lead from 20 Robin is going to double, or if Tizoc are going to bring things level. Back to the center circle we go to find the answer, and it's already an early kickoff strat coming through, but Morv had the answer to stop it.
And Bailey sees a player in field, but doesn't quite make the connection on the ball regardless. Cena, it's a perfect first touch, looking for the bomb. 2 players go up. Morv is the one to find contact. Blizzy will send it across. That's going to be a tough one to get on target, so put it back in the mixer. Wonder has to do so well to tip that one wide. Tizoc already facing a little bit of an issue in the early stages of this first game, and they'll just bring it right to the other side. And the man who prevented the goal in his own end will cause it in the other. Wonderful. That's the way you open up game 2.
That's the way to do it. You plunge that momentum from 20 Robin into darkness, and Wonder does just that. First goal, opening goal in the first 30 seconds, and it looks like they might find another one, but no. Blizzy rotated back and ready to go here off that kickoff. Going to deny that 2-0 lead, but for how long? Bailey going to have to jump into action and stop the bleeding, stop things getting any worse here for this 20 Robin roster. And he's going to have to keep pressuring that, keep up this offense here and try and get something back, because 20 Robin, we haven't really seen them be put in a situation yet where they haven't had this lead. They really sort of, you know, ran away in a sense with the early game of game number 1. It didn't quite translate right till the end, but they still got that win. Now they have everything against them. They have that first goal in the side of Tizik, and they're going to have to try and find a way back.
And now it's more in defense. If it's find Matrix on the wall, Matrix nothing in the tank, so he'll just send that one long, and it's quite a weakened offense here from Tizik, but that 50-50 will give him some time to pick up some pads. Matrix hasn't been able to in that time, and he'll just be wiped off the pitch. Big miss there coming from Bailey, and that allows some pressure onto Cena. Now this attack has been given away to Tizik. 20 Robin had full possession of the ball there. Cena looking to bring this one across. I think that play we can consider went unpunished, but if they have a few more mistakes like that in this game, in this series, they're not going to go home as champions.
They're not indeed. Morph going to play this off of the sidewall. Will that be allowed to continue? The answer is no. It's shut down almost immediately. Matrix doing the same thing. Redirect into the center, but no one's waiting there. So Tizik, they have this pressure, but can't quite keep translating it into shots just yet. It seems like 20 Robin have woken up a little bit as they start to back pass their way to try and find this ball, try and find it cleared, but Matrix says no. Chance, opportunity, but that's not allowed in either. So Bailey looking to pick things up and translate it across the field, but no one's waiting in the midfield there. Cena was, but a little bit of interference coming through from Morv, and that can be shut down almost immediately.
Morv has to keep up with this play. They should be 2 goals up. That's a big miss. They might face the counter, but it's another offense that has been wasted. This time it's from the team in purple. Wonder shot finds the target. Cena has to extend out to try and catch this ball wide. Matrix 50-50. Morph has some space, not a lot of boost however, so he'll try and set himself up for his second ball, but his teammate will hit it high instead. Wonder has enough to beat his man. Ball back in field yet again, and this is something that I complimented Tizik for in their earlier series. They really don't waste their time in these corners. They get the ball in field, they get it in the mixer, into the danger area, whatever you want to call it, really quickly, unlike any other team. And when you're there, you can cause some issues. Matrix doesn't get the assist. Oh yes, he will. What happened there? What has happened there? These are our 2 teams in the grand finals, and they both crumbled in their own way.
Well, when that shot was missed, it sort of ended up faking out everyone. And in that situation, 20 Robin, they had a lot of time to get that cleared away, but unfortunately weren't able to scramble at the right time, pick up the pieces and get their lines cleared. And now 20 Robin forced into a situation where they've got to now put 2 goals on the board. It's got twice as difficult for them, and it might just get even worse. 3-0, and Matrix is going to continue the bleeding, and 20 Robin, they're not even able to find a single thing in this game too. Tizik have just woken up, and they've woken up in the best of moods, it's safe to say, Pegasus.
Matrix, that was excellent control on the wall there. He's had his run-ins with some open net, so we'll say that, but when it comes to complicated touches by the wall, apparently he has that one 100% down. I would say that it was quite poor defense from 20 Robin as well. I don't know why there were 2 players in defense pushing up so high there, because it only took 1 ball to get over the lot of them, and that's another miss on the back wall. It's a complete falling apart from 20 Robin. You spoke about Tizik waking up. It appears that 20 Robin have fallen asleep.
Well, if they have woken up, then 20 Robin have not woken up on the right side of the bed, that's for sure, and maybe they'll be able to change that in game number 3, but as of game number 2, I think this is all said and done. It's just about maybe trying to find something in the dying seconds, but it will not be allowed. It never mind. Shot comes through from Blizzy, and that lead is cut back to 3, but is it enough time to start turning things around?
And I love that low 50 attempt there from Cena, and Blizzy, he knows how to get the ball on target. It's his first shot of the game. It's also going to be his first goal, but overall, it's been quite a slow game on the side of 20 Robin. I think it's good they got themselves that consolation. Gives them the chance to try and build up some momentum heading into that 3rd game. I'll be interested to see if we'll be going straight into it, because this has been just such a poor game that sometimes you might just want to take that breather and refresh, because you're going to lose this one 5-1. And I look at the other side of my screen, I see a very, very disappointed co-caster. Can you tell us why that is?
It seems like, and at this point you probably can't blame them, but 20 Robin, it just seems like they're sort of giving up on this game. And while I feel like, you know, I feel like, yes, this game's past it at this point and you definitely have lost it, you can't afford to start allowing the opponent to get more confidence. You can't allow yourself to start throwing away anything that you might have left in the tank, because if they keep scoring goals, that no matter how you look at it, Pegasus, that's going to continue to hurt your confidence. And I'm not sure if that's something that they can change around and, you know, repair in the minute that they have in between games.
And well, it was clear that that victory was going to go on the side of Tizuk for quite some time, and I hope that these 20 Robin players actually use that time well, because typically you've got to realize that you are playing a series. You are not playing an individual game, and that series management is so important. If I was on that 20 Robin side, if I was sitting there as a captain and we're in that final minute and we know that a comeback is impossible, essentially, with how you guys are playing and how Tizuk is playing, I would use it almost like an in-game timeout and just have that conversation with each other, kind of lock out a little bit, discuss what is going wrong, and then I will use that minute after the match to continue to say what's wrong. 2 minutes is a timeout, by the way. 3 minutes if you include post-match time. They had the chance to get a free one there. What kind of conversations would you be having, Haj?
What kind of conversations would I be having? Well, I think essentially it's just keep the vibes high. Do not, you know, try your best not to tilt, because when the vibes are high, I think that's half the situation in general. And when you've been playing for this long already today, taking things the distance, going to all these tense game vibes, it's so easy for you guys to just be like, oh, you know, it's already lost. It's not lost. It's one game, and there's still loads more games to be had here. You've still got your timeout in the back pocket. There's still a lot of ways for you to get your team back into this series, and it all starts with game number 3. But will they be able to do it? Game 3, the players are on the pitch, so let's join them and see how this unfolds. Let's see if 20R can find an answer, or if Tizuk were maybe just taking a little bit of time to wake up in the morning in game number 1.
They can flip the scores here. If they take this victory, that one will hit the crossbar, as many of these shots from Tizuk have actually faced as time has gone on. More, don't think quite got the touch there on the back wall. Neither did Matrix Wonder, the final man. Has to get this one forward. Blizzy on the offense, looking to just find that one on target. Forces out a huge save there from Wonder, and more will just put that one into space. 20 Robin on the back foot here to recover themselves, but they should be able to collect possession. They do. Big 50-50s. Demos coming out from Morph, however, weaken the prospects of a counter-attack, and now Tizuk have a chance of their own. A little bit of space for Morph. No boost in the tank to match it, however, so this one will fall back to 20 Robin. 20 Robin back on the offense. I feel like they've been excellent in the final third, and that has just shown it. Cena has gone alone to open up the space for his teammate. A fake to start things off, a flick for a second, and he knows he's abandoned the ball, but his job is not done. Bailey with the open net, and I tell you what, 20 Robin are so good on the offense. This is what I think is frustrating at times with this team. They are just so forward focused. Their defense really hasn't been all that good this series, but once I see what they did in the series before, where they were actually excellent defensively but just couldn't get any offense, once they find that balance, they are such a competitive team. Great start here heading into game 3, but we'll see if they can hold on.
Well, at the start of this game, Sovereign Heights almost seemed like a graveyard. It was Tizuk trying something new, trying to open up some space with those demos to try and push themselves down the field, but it's actually 20 Robin who rise from the grave here and say that we're still here to play, and we've potentially used that time that we had at the end of that last game to push themselves forward, to try and build that confidence. The demo is still going to come through, traded out on both sides, and it's Cena to collect things on the sidewall and try and start something for 20 Robin. We've already seen that sort of end of the pitch for them work out so successfully, but will that continue? Cena going to touch that over to the sidewall, but no one from his own team waiting there, so it is going to be collected by Tizik, but they won't be able to do anything either. It is just back and forth between these two squads, but the difference is 20 Robin, it's resulting in field domination, and Tizik, it's resulting in nothing.
The Matrix will pick up that 100 boost. Gonna have to get it out of its own corner. Gonna have to do a lot more than that if they want to win this third game. 20 Robin have been able to pile on the pressure in possession. They are so dangerous. Bailey has been a danger man all day. Cena has been the danger man this series. Ball in field, Blitty will take it! And Tizik are 2-0 down. Game 2 and Game 3 have been night and day. This is the grand final performance 20 Robin need.
Well, there it is. 2-0. Matrix didn't expect the pass. Morv didn't expect the shot. And the unseen threat is the deadliest here, coming through from this squad of 20 Robin. But 2 minutes remain, and 2 minutes is a lot of time for you to still throw this game away. Tizik, though, still being not allowed into the net. Morv not able to make contact with the save. And Cena gets another shot off, gets another goal here. Everyone shoots, and everyone scores on this 20R roster.
Morv had the boost. He had enough in the tank to clear that one out. The GM, the former elite player, the one with grand finals experience, has made a huge mistake. If I was to place a bet on who would never make that kind of mistake, it would be him. He might make up for it here with an assist, but 3 goals down and 2 minutes remaining. It is a very, very tough end of the road here in this third game, and a fake again coming from Cena. I've been loving the mind games from him so far in offense. He has by far been the calmest player on this pitch. And when you have a player like that can ice themselves up in these kind of positions, he's been excellent in game 5s as well all day, you might just have yourself a trophy.
That's what you need, and that's what they've been able to do so far throughout the playoff bracket. They've been able to ice up. Well, that shot's not going to go in, but if it was, Matrix would have found such an angle as that ball floats above this 20-yard net. It's done so a couple of times, but not yet resulted in it being sunk into the back of the net. And Tizik, they're going to continue the pressure, but you have to wonder, 1 minute left on the clock, is that enough time for Tizik to turn something around? They'll say yes, but 20 Robin will continue to deny what almost seems like the inevitable. Tizik, the heavy favourites in this matchup, but 20 Robin, they say otherwise.
Well, I said maybe if they put that last chance away. That's a great shot from Cena to make it 4. And that will be game 3 decided. I'm not pitting this to chance. I'm not saying there's going to be a bunch of kickoffs in the Tizik favour. This one is over. Similar to what we saw in the last game. Just switch out the colours and get ready for game 4.
Well, haven't we seen this one before? Back in the Prospect final, we saw the series become so close, but each individual game was a blowout on either side. The last time we saw that, we got a game 7. Will this game see the same fate? Or will one of these teams wake up and say otherwise? Because right now, I mean, this is looking like 20 Robin. They've really woke up. They found new life in this grand final. And even in the green room before this match, a couple of people were saying, you know, that this was just going to be over, said and done, Pegasus. That a couple of people saying this, you know, will not go to a bracket reset. There's no chance. This will be a quick series and it's going to be over and done. But, well, 20 Robin, they've came here to play and they will say otherwise.
20 Robin stocks are increasing. The chance of a bracket reset is increasing. As it stands, 20 Robin take the lead in this series against the upper bracket qualifying team Tizik. And what a game that was. And if we have to talk about an individual, I mean, the stats back it up, but so did the eye test if you were watching him the entire game. Cena, what a performance that was, even off the ball, going for those bumps, going for those demos. He was confident in every single challenge he went for. He was battered, beaten in the game beforehand, and he head into that third one like he had a score to settle, and he did.
Yeah. well, Tizik, they're going to have to find something because 20R have certainly found a new life. They've certainly found themselves in this series. They've maybe finding themselves a match point situation if they can take this next game, and then they will be one win away from a bracket reset. But that's still a lot of work to do. That's still taking down the number 1 team in the Ignis Conference, I believe. And, well, that in itself is a scary prospect, but will they be able to do it a couple more times and send us to that bracket reset? They're the heavy favourites in this entire matchup. They're the heavy favourites from the casters, and they're the heavy favourites by 82% in the chat vote. But will that translate, and will Tizik be able to wake up?
Matrix, 50-50 on the wall. It was early shots coming in here from Tizik. 20 Robin did well to hold on, and now they might have something for themselves. Matrix off the wall. We've seen how much damage he can cause in that area of the pitch. What is it? Coming from 20 Robin to get themselves a goal, and this is just fantastic. Bailey with the 50 heading towards the wall. Wonder has to go up for that ball. Morv has nothing left. You just got to find the target. It's not easy. It's easy to say. It's hard to perform. Blizzy performs.
Brilliant from Blizzy to grab that opening goal. Fear does not exist for these players as they continue to pressure the offense in the opening 30 seconds. 1 goal secured. Matrix trying to turn it around, and Morv trying to dunk it low, but will not be successful. And now 50 out. Tizik, what are they going to be able to do to respond from that? Maybe it's Matrix with a setup. Maybe it's Morv with a follow-up. We've seen this story before, but this time it will have a different ending as the bump comes through from the AGM to allow the leader of Azteca to come in and strike it home to equalise.
Oh, there were 2 defenders there ready to make that save, but a bump on the goal line, sending one into the other, opened up that space. That is ingenious play coming from Tizik. They brought themselves back into the game. They might just take the lead as well. Wonder doesn't find the back of the net there. Bailey is able to make the save. More staying close, but abandons that play. Knows he's not going to beat his man there. Matrix off the back wall, looking to read off his pass. And they've made it 2-1. They flipped the script. Azteca regain the lead. 20 Robin do trail.
20 Robin trail. They grab that early goal, and now they're starting to falter. Haven't we seen this one before? It was only in the lower bracket final last series where we saw an incredible solo play come through from Cena at the start of a game, taking it across the pitch by himself and air dribbling it in to score a goal. Then they threw the rest of the game, and it turned from bad to worse as it went on. And at the end, it was a shutout. But is that story going to be repeated, or 20 Robin going to stop the bleeding now and find a comeback of their own? Let's find out. Bailey going to take things through the corner and play for a 50, but it has been knocked up. So Blizzy has to come in and save the day. But unfortunately, the touch is just... it's just not even... I don't even know what to say about that, Pegasus.
You don't have to say anything. You don't have to say anything.
We'll let the replay do the talking.
I'm speechless, frankly. I think we just move on, to be honest. I mean, that's a devastating moment. That's going to play in the back of his head, especially if there's a 1-goal difference in this game. That's a tilter. That really is. And now it's up to his teammates to hype him back up and continue this series with some semblance of some organisation and some confidence, because we know we have it in them, but wow, that is not how I expected a goal to hit the back of the net.
Yeah, I think in that situation, as bad as it sort of seems, I think you've just got to laugh about it. I think you've got to just sort of think of it as nothing. And now Bailey looking to make it something. Finished by Blizzy. And once again, 20 Robin finds something. They get themselves back in it. And oh, what a confidence boost that's going to be after that last fumble.
And they needed to score quickly. They had to after that last play. Now they've got a positive as their most recent event, and it is of course that goal. They've got plenty of time to come back in this game and to extend their lead in this series. They could put themselves on match point, not tournament, of course. They're a team heading into this with 1 life, but Tizik at the moment have the lead, and they have performed extremely well. I was actually going to say before that unfortunate goal went in, but this has been the cleaner game, but it's just falling apart, 20 Robin. What is this?
Well, just when you think 20 Robin might be back in the game, Morv says otherwise. Azteca say otherwise. And they get another one to bring that goal lead back to 2. And, you know, the only thing I can think of in this situation, Pegasus, that's maybe a positive here for 20 Robin, is that at least this time it's not an own goal.
Yeah, at least they didn't put in the back of their own net, but I'll be honest, they might as well have done that. 50-50 doesn't even fall in their favour. Cena will want to find a player inside, can't get the touch, and I feel like we're starting to see them get a little bit shaky after those last 2 plays. Matrix wanted to catch this one on the corner. It's been a rather clean game, I would say, overall from Azteca. They've definitely had their mistakes in previous games of this series, but as for this one, they performed really well, and they've earned that 5th goal as well. Demo's plays coming out, a little bit of an air dribble as well to beat his man. That is really well controlled there from Morv. And I tell you what, the follow-up is perfection as well. Matrix always has such a good reading of the game. That's a former challenger player. He used to share a tier with me, Hoj. And now here he is in the grand finals, a tier above. And he is performing excellently. He's got himself a hat-trick, in fact.
Well, he has. And as much as this game can absolutely still be brought back, I would be willing to bet that it's already over. I'd be willing to bet this is a tied series and it's 2-2, but we've seen how evenly matched these teams have been throughout league play, and then we saw the crushing lows of 20 Robin earlier on in the day when they got 3-0'd by this exact roster. So we've seen everything that we could possibly see between these two teams, and I'm just happy that now in this grand final 20 Robin are showing up. They've sort of learned from their earlier mistakes and they're back in it to some extent, but that can all still be taken away from them if they continue to let these games slip, if they continue to throw away their leads that they do gain over teams like Tizik, because we saw that first goal, an incredible start to this match here coming through from 20 Robin, but they've thrown things away, and unfortunately for them, this timer just looks like it's going to tick down.
And again, I really love the way that Cena conducts himself in offense. Unfortunately, it hasn't been enough this game, and to say that you've scored 2 goals, that's usually in games enough to get yourself the win, but in this case, it's off the back of being absolutely decimated on the other side. 5 goals conceded, and the series score will go back to equal once that clock hits 0 second and the ball hits the floor. These two teams have been trading games, and I would say that in the literal sense here, Hodge, because there has been some very dodgy defenses from both sides that have given up these games.
Well, that's going to be over, and game number 4 is over. Tizik take the win, they tie up the series, and they say, yeah, the storyline might be writing itself, but we want to end it. And it sort of feels like, I don't know about you, Pegasus, but it sort of feels like that this is either destined to end very quickly starting from now, or it's destined to go to game 7, and I haven't quite put my finger on which one that may be, but you know, I feel like if it goes to game 7, 20 Robin are going to get it over the edge, and purely I think that because they've done it so many times, they've proved to us so many times today that they are an icy team. Tizik, well, they haven't really given us the opportunity to see that from them because they've just destroyed everyone in their path, but you know, when it does come to those game 5s and those game 7 experience, 20 Robin have really gone through it today. So I would back them if it went to a game 7. But right now, if Tizik can keep up the form, I reckon they could get this done in 6.
So I definitely think it is possible. And if we do want to look at one huge positive here for 20 Robin, they are undefeated in the regular league season in game 5s. That's, of course, including play-ins and playoffs. They get rare opportunities to be in that position. It's all been in the lower bracket. It's all been today, and they've been victorious every single time. We'll see if that pattern is to follow, even in a best of 7. A huge match for either one of those teams. A possibility to put yourself on match point. Both teams definitely could have called a timeout at any point in this series, but with the way they've been trading games, it's been a little bit awkward in trying to make that call. So we are left without one. Tizoc with the initial offense. 20 Robin able to hold on. Bailey, ball forward. No boost to follow that one up, however. It's going to be all for his second man, Blizzy, who's flown that one over the bar. And now it's 3 players facing 1 here in this offense. And Matrix has sent it wide.
Sent it wide. Opportunity gone missing a little bit there. But Cena now going to take that up to the corner. What else is he going to be able to do with it? It's going to be hit back, and Bailey's going to have to pick it up. But unfortunately, not able to keep control of that one, so it's back over to Blizzy, and it seems like this pressure's starting out really well here for Tizoc. It's about now seeing if you can create those opportunities, put that ball in front of the goal, stop this offense coming through from Cena, because whenever he gets that ball, it sort of feels like the story writes itself, and we just get these incredible plays that do come through. But for now, he's not going to be on offense. He's going to be trying to clear this ball away, and unfortunately for him, that ball is going to be a little bit awkward for him to save, but he gets a hand on it either way. And well, 20 Robin, they're under fire, but they've stopped the bleeding for now, and now they look to go the other way.
Yeah, they've extinguished that fire now. Back on the offense is Tizoc. He's looking to put that low. Cena puts it high. More than a clear shot. And there is the first goal. It falls for Azteca yet again. And it all comes from a piercing strike there, coming from Wonder. Bounces off all 3 cards of 20 Robin. And by that time, they'd already committed their efforts. Open shot for Morg. He is never going to miss that one. Except maybe in game 1. We saw what he did in game 1. But we're past that point now. Warmed up into the series. And Tizoc are back to looking dangerous.
You know what? Is this going to be the first game 5 that 20 Robin dropped? Because right now it's potentially looking like it. I think genuinely, Pegasus, what they might have to do in this series, and it sounds outlandish, I know, but what they might have to do in this series is literally just tell themselves it's game 5, because right now, and tell themselves it's a best of 5, because right now it's not looking good for them. So tell yourselves it's a best of 5. Tell yourselves that this is, win or go home. And maybe you might start clutching up, icing up and popping off. Or because, right now it's not going so well for them. And right now, Pegasus, I feel like, are we starting to see a case of, they've been playing for a while and maybe they're starting to get a little bit fatigued?
Definitely, it feels like the case here, and it's not easy as well when you face a team like Tizoc, where you always have to be on your toes. They play so fast, they go for these passing plays, they do some things which are a little bit unusual. They're not just going to boom that ball forward, they're not always just going to go for a solo play. They are unpredictable. You have to have that full focus. And you also have to be able to rotate well between yourselves as well. Not only do you have to be locked in, your teammates have to as well. So many times in these defenses, I've seen 20 Robin plays bumping each other, and it's just led to a straight goal. You don't see that from Tizoc. Their organisation has been much better, and I feel like it has been their saving grace. They follow up each other so well. They give each other space in defense. Here's an example of a follow-up. We did have someone going up for that. Blizzy will just fall short of this one, so it's Cena will hit this one off the ceiling. It does drop down. No one is there, however, as an option. Blizzy wanted to play it to a teammate, but no teammate was willing to run onto it. So now Matrix will have a shot, and what a shot that is. Postage stamp 3-0. And well, it might just deliver him into game 6 with match point.
I'm wondering if now this is where we start to see a potential timeout coming through after this game from 20 Robin, because this is a destruction. This is Tizoc popping off. They've really found their form and they've woken up here, but still 1 minute and 40, and that's enough time to score 3 goals. But will 20 Robin have the ice to do just that? Well, we don't know yet, but I'm sure we'll find the answer. Bailey going to commit for that one, but Wonder's just faked him out completely and is now looking to set up a double. Not able to get it, and the follow-up's not there either. Matrix flies in and tries to be a hero to make it for her, there for Tizoc, but he's not going to be able to do that either. So 1 minute and 15 seconds left, Pegasus, and it really feels like it's now the danger zone for 20 Robin.
It starts to hurt your eyebrows a little bit. There are so many opportunities that 20 Robin just get themselves into that just leaves you wincing a little bit worried that they're just going to give another one up. It's 3-0 for Tizoc at the moment. There was full opportunity, but it could have been more. They've had 10 shots overall. 20 Robin have been able to keep some of them out, but again, it's ones like that. There's a little bit of hesitation. There's two players right next to each other. If that was the case, then surely they're there for the follow-up. They aren't. And it just feels a bit disjointed. I'd definitely be calling a timeout here, Hodge. And I would just say, calm down and come a little bit better. I feel like there is some kind of communication error happening with this team. Just the way that they are that bit disjointed. Would say that that's a great shot from Bailey. It was unfortunate not to find the target there, but still, Tizoc go with a perfect record in game 5 without a goal against them.
10 seconds left. This game seems like it is done. This game seems like it is over. And it absolutely will be. Can they find something towards the end? Can they find something late? No. Tizoc will deny. They'll deny them a game 5. And they'll deny them some late momentum as it stays right now. Tizoc will be on match point. And they will also gain themselves a championship point in this series. But will they be able to close it out in 6? Or will we go to 7 to decide it all?
I'd say squeaky bum time, but that is encapsulated the entire series. It has been so hard for this 20 Robin team in defense to deal with the pressure that Tizoc are able to provide. And I feel like we've spoken a lot about 20 Robin. I want to use this opportunity in between games to, first of all, say that a timeout hasn't been called yet. And second of all, to say Matrix, he is having a wonderful series. He has looked incredible, and his teammate of the very same name is having a great one as well. Morv, he's done his job. He's picked up 2 great players. He's picked up a wonderful AGM. They were able to team up together and get a Challenger trophy. And then they've picked up Wonder, and they look like they might go all the way in Rival as well. But Matrix has been such a big reason for that, especially in this potentially final series.
Definitely, it's really been wonderful to see Tizoc and their sort of synchronization that they have between all their players, and it's worked out so well for them throughout this series. But now you find yourself on championship point. You find yourself on the edge of glory. Will you reach up and grab the trophy, or will you falter before your very own eyes? That's the question, and 5 minutes is put on the clock to try and answer it.
Wonder infill to Matrix. Matrix isn't able to break past Cena there. Cena, I would say, has easily been the best player on 20 Robin. It's going to be up to him to hype up his teammates here and continue this star. Neo Tokyo, a stadium with so much history. Let's give it the respect that it deserves. 30 seconds into this match. Tizoc have had their chance. There's a double commit at this front post. But 20 Robin need to win this game.
They do. Well, that's still a lot of time left for both of these teams to put their best foot forward on Neo Tokyo and really show us what they've got. Will it be a game 7 that these two teams are destined for? Or will Tizoc shut things down in 6? Bailey onto the backboard, looking to set up a teammate, but there's no one quite there. Cena to pop things up. Morph's going to jump into action, but that's an awkward bounce, and Wonder's read it perfectly. Blizzy can't get on the end of that to touch it in field, so it will just have to be the 50 coming through from Bailey to stop things in its tracks and really keep this attack going for 20 Robin. Although, yes, it hasn't resulted in anything, and that might continue. Touch attempt from Blizzy, but that's not going to result in anything either. So all these touches, all this pressure, not quite paying off, but now it does. Infield comes through, and the shot's there.
And a team that knows how to play on their final life keeps themselves alive in Game 6 with an opening goal. 3 minutes 35 is a very, very long time. I feel like it's going to go fast for this Tizoc side. They're going to have to use the most of it. Cena off the wall. Wonder will try to sneak this one near post. Demo's coming out. Stops this 20 Robin side for finding this quick counter attack, but Bailey will pounce Matrix from his own corner. Nothing in the tank, so we'll send this one forward. He's going to have to face the wrath of 3 full tank 20 Robin players. Blizzy looking to use every single bit of his, can't catch it on the second. Morph does well to defend that backboard, and now it's Matrix who's going to try and send it in the corner. Bailey making that save. Blizzy quick turns, can't catch. Bailey unable to catch it yet again. It's Cena looking a bit slow on that play, but has made up for it by reading the touch. So now it's all action at this front post. Matrix wants that killer pass. Cena wants to prevent the connection. Morph off the back wall. Matrix doesn't have to boost in the tank to turn and generate enough power to break through, but that whiff from the 20 Robin defense was almost enough of a gap for Tizoc to throw themselves back in the game. And this is the Tizoc press we were talking about. This is what has got them into this position, and Matrix won't get on the end of that double tap.
I just hope that 20 Robin don't let this 1-goal lead start to let them get complacent that they've already won this game, because when you're playing against a team like Tizoc, you absolutely haven't. We've seen this story so many times throughout these past two series that these two teams have played. They get 1 goal up over the other team and they start to get a little bit complacent in the form of 20 Robin, but will they fall victim to that once again, or will they rise to new heights and send us to a game 7? Bailey gonna see what he can do, but that's pinched back. Cena launches it downfield. Bailey tries to find that redirect, but he's not quite able to get the touch, so now Morb will jump into action and see what he can do for Tizoc, but now Wonder to collect in the sky. Matrix off the reception, looking for a double! It's on target! It's Matrix! And he might just be the hero for Azteca!
He's been going for them all grand finals. The backboard of 20 Robin has been battered by this one player. The AGM forced to step up in 6 to match the expectations of the Deathcaster. The job's not finished, but oh, what a start he has put towards it.
Matrix going to try and take that along the wall. That's going to be put to a stop for the time being, though, as this offense from 20 Robin continues as they try to turn things around. And that's a shot! Bailey finds an angle. Bailey finds a redirect. Bailey finds something for 20 Robin. When the lights are off, their backs are against the wall. The momentum is completely against them. They stand up and sit Tizoc down. They remind themselves who they are in this game, and what they want is to send things to game 7. But will they clutch up, or will Tizoc find an answer in the next minute?
Comes with the culture. It comes with the purple car. 20 Robin always fight in the 5th game. Shot being thrown on by Morph. Cena with the save. Wonder looking to find the target yet again, but Cena gets his second touch on the ball, and now Blizzy has some semblance of control. Morph looking to disrupt that as his Matrix with that follow-up, but Cena wants to find a teammate in field. No, he doesn't. His teammate will clear it instead. There's the 3rd goal. There is potentially game 6. We may go to Champions Field.
The Cena is calling for game 7. It's beckoning for a deciding match, but will they be allowed to have it? Tizoc, 36 seconds left. Are you going to close it out now, or are we going the distance?
Bailey, another one thrown on target. That one won't be a challenge to Matrix. That heavy touch, however, might cause further issues. It's been a bit of a falling apart in the later stages of this game. It was a big double commit which allowed Bailey to get his redirect, which really helped continue the force and put them back into the lead, back into the driver's seat of this 6th game. They have that position heading into the 7th. Yes, that's right, 7th. We are going to Champions Field for the rival grand finals.
Some people said 4-0. People in chat said 4-1. We said 4-2. But we're going the distance, and Matrix has called the timeout for Tizoc.
Oh my goodness.
They're maybe a little bit scared here, Pegasus, and I don't blame them. When 20R shows up in a deciding match, they often don't lose it.
Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. That timeout has been called. It's the first timeout of this first series. It will be the only timeout of this series. It's come from that Azteca side. They had it in their hands. They were able to bring the game back to equal. A wonderful double tap from Matrix alleviated their hopes, their courage. But 20 Robin, oh my goodness. Undefeated in game 5s. That streak continues, and not even Azteca was strong enough to stop that curse. This game 7, hypes up to be a good one if 20 Robin can continue playing like that. They've had some poor moments this series. They've had some awful performances. But it's not about how you start, Hodge. It is about how you finish. It's if you can go the full distance and get yourself that win. And they will go the distance, of course, with a Game 7 for Series 1. And I'm just left wondering here if numbering them is even important, Hodge. Will we see a second?
Will we see a second set, and will we see 7 more games? That is what we're looking at here. That is the reality we're faced with. And, well, it sort of would be the most RSC thing. I saw Ark mention it in chat earlier. It would be the most RSC thing if we got 3 out of 3 grand finals and 3 out of 3 bracket resets. But, yeah, we'll have to see if this lower bracket team, this surprise team of 20 Robin, can challenge the Titans and come out and win their 4th consecutive deciding match. This team, they don't destroy, they do not get destroyed. They always keep it close. And so far, they always win when they keep it close. But will that continue?
Well, this timeout is going to be approaching its end. It's been a long, tense wait for Champions Field. Of course, me and you can see that coveted stadium on our screens. The chat is yet to see it. The players, of course, can see it, and they know that the weight that this stadium brings. This is the grand finals. This is a best of 7. They're coming from the lower bracket. A win here wouldn't even finish the job. They will have to go all over again. Azteca can get it done fast. They will have to waste no more time should they complete it in these 5 minutes of regulation and a potential overtime. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been a long, long night. How long it is yet to be decided. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Champions Field. Take your seat. This is the rival grand finals. Champions Point, Series Point, Azteca versus 20R, Tizak versus 20 Robin. We have had kickoff. Ladies and gentlemen, Hodge, get us underway.
Senna's getting us underway off of that backboard, and he's going to try and start the attack here for 20 Robin. Statistically, they don't lose these deciding matches so far this season, but will that streak come crashing to an end when Tizak call for a title, or will this streak just get even bigger for this squad of 20 Robin? 5 minutes left on the clock, and well, sorry, 4.5, and it seems like this team of 20 Robin have already found their first. But that doesn't mean anything, as we've come to know this series, Pegasus. They've got that first goal time after time, and it hasn't worked out for them. Will it be a bit of a turnaround here from Tizak, or will 20 Robin hold it together?
They've set that fear factor in the games before with that physical play, that attempt in the bump, completely threw off Morphere. He ended up not making a connection to the ball, despite not even making contact with the 20 Robin player. This is what a best of 7 can do to you. Once you hit that 7th game, you know the other team so well. You start making special adjustments. They don't always go in your favor. We're past that first minute. We've already got ourselves a goal. And Tizak have some work to do. Matrix looking to provide that ball off the back wall, looking for that self-setup, but Bailey does well to tip that one out wide. Blizzy beaten to that ball by Wonder. A high 50-50 keeps Tizak leading to a charge, but it's only a clear front post. No one behind it. Only took one ball to give something open here for Matrix. Matrix, the man of the hour, the man of the grand finals, on the side of Tizak, puts them back in the game yet again.
Well, it must be into double digits at this point, or soon. For the amount of times we've seen the first goal get grabbed by 20 Robin, and then things are instantly snatched away by the opposing team. Tizak, no difference to what's really been set, the norm that has been set by 20 Robin. They're going to continue to be the team to disrupt this game when they get 1-0 ahead, but will 20 Robin find something else? Will they be able to come back from the response that Tizak has sort of given them a reality check, I guess you can say? Will it be enough? Cena over to the back wall, not there to quite find a double, and that's going to be taken away. But Blizzy controls so well on the top of his car. Going to pop that up. Matrix going to be there to clear it away. And that's back out to the other side of the pitch. It's really some back and forth boomer ball type like play that we're seeing from both of these teams right now. But the ball comes through. Matrix barrels down to the back of the net. And Tizik are coming, storming forward for their championship title. Morv takes out the player. And Matrix potentially takes out 20 Robin.
That is an insane mind game coming from Morv. Wonder getting the demo on the goal line, but for Morv to keep his cool, not go straight for the shot and resolve the bump instead and call his teammate onto that ball shows experience. He is the experienced player in this grand final, and if that's the play to decide it, well, I'm all for it. We've just crossed that halfway point. There's plenty of time left to go. Every single shot is a skipped heartbeat, and that double commit will cause some stress as well. Wonder booming the ball forward. Matrix on the sidewall. Matrix going for a second touch. Matrix on target, but Blizzy able to prevent the third.
The saviour for this squad, and now Bailey wants to add his name to the score sheet, but that's going to be blocked down. That's going to be denied. Tizik want their title, and they won't let you bracket reset them easily. Now, the breakaway. Now, Bailey looking to kill the ball, but that's also kept away and sort of moved away to the side there by the Tizik defense. 20 Robin want to continue the attack. Tizik not letting them have it easily. Up to the ceiling. That's going to drop down. That's going to present an opportunity, but Matrix able to grab a pixel on the edge of that ball and stop the bleeding for the time being. Ball back over to the corner as Tizik look to continue the pressure.
Bailey looking for that ceiling pinch, finds a teammate in field instead. Cena won't be able to get that second touch. Morv was ready on that back wall. Huge committal there coming from Matrix, and that's caused quite a bit of an issue. Wonder with a fantastic save. Morv in the back foot as well, being the perfect second man in that roving position. Bailey was worried that he wasn't going to be able to get the touch. He was just about able to tip that one wide. This grand final, game 7, still on a knife's edge, still within 1 goal. Tizik have had their opportunities to extend it. 20 Robin have had their chances to close it. 45 seconds left of regulation.
Will we see a bracket reset, or will this be over now? Will we crown our champions in 40 seconds, or will we see 7 more games to decide it? Blizzy gonna have to play this slow, take possession and try and gatekeep Tizik from possession themselves. Cena up, Bailey, no boost, just gonna have to play the waiting game, but Blizzy barrels down and calls for OT, strikes it home and dunks it hard there to try and give 20 Robin the best chance that they can possibly have in this grand final.
I was going to say it was a long time coming, but that can be said for both of these teams. The offensive presence in Game 7 has been there for both sides. 14 seconds left. Will we see this end in regulation? Bailey brings the ball up, no teammate there to pick up that one. Wonder, with plenty of boost, puts the ball high in this one. Not close to the ground. Hold on a minute. We're approaching 0 seconds. On the target. Wonder will secure the 7th game. Surely, at the dead of the wire, he has found the target. The going to be the final man. Azteca may be the franchise to win 2 tiers.
Second ball
Waste no time.
ground. Oh my word! Wonder, the wonderful play coming through at the end, bouncing Tizik's way to victory. And just when you thought we were going to see OT, just when you thought we could have seen a bracket reset, Tizik, Morv, Matrix, and Wonder at the end, they call game, and Tizik crown themselves champions here in the rival tier. Pegasus, that was absolutely incredible, and what a way to end this series.
Wow. So well earned. Fought it till the final game, fought it till the final second, Hodge.
What a feeling that has got to be. What a way to close this series down, to close down this tier. That was the Game 7. That was the Champions Field. This tier deserved. Chat, that was insane. Absolutely insane. That third goal, the positioning has to be perfect. You have to be able to keep your cool, and you've got to be really careful you don't put that one too high or too low. There was a defender there. Bailey was waiting. But it was just that perfect power off the back of it. Your series MVP will be Matrix.
Absolutely.
And there is no argument, Hodge.
Yeah.
There is no argument. I will agree with the bot
Yeah.
this time. Matrix had an incredible series. He's had an incredible season. A former Charlie boy like myself going to Rival and not only getting, of course, series MVP in the grand final. I think there's going to be an argument that he was player of the season. If he's not in your top 3, your list is wrong.
No, absolutely. Usually when we look at those stats, usually when we look at those sort of statistics, you see maybe, you know, one statistic that's much more than the rest. With Matrix, it's 12 saves, 12 goals, 33 shots. The man's everywhere on the pitch and he's at the top of the standings in all of them. Absolutely insane performance from a player who was setting up shots, dunking goals, coming up massive on the defense. He was doing it all at every angle of the pitch, and we saw some incredible goals coming through from as well. He had really a highlight reel of a series coming through. But Pegasus, it has to be said, just incredible series all around. Massive, you know, massive shout out to 20 Robin, because they played that series. They played that series to the point where it could have gone either way, and at the end of it, it came down to essentially a 0-second goal.
And 20 Robin, look, it takes 2 to tango in such an entertaining grand finals. The fact they were able to push it the entire distance, but just outside of this series, they had established such a good storyline. They got swept by Tizoc before. Okay, they fall to the lower brackets. And they just go on this tear. Game 5 after game 5 after game 5. This is the clutch team. This is the best challenge versus Tizoc. Just when people were doubting them after that first series, and I tell you what, they put up an excellent fight. And I think Cena especially had a really good grand finals, despite, of course, the results going out of his favor. But the team as a whole, of course, had an incredible season. So fair play to 20 Robin management and all their players. You had a team make a grand finals, but 19 out of 20 teams go home devastated. And Azteca, for the second time already this season, aren't going to be one of those teams. We will be back after a break, I believe, for an interview. Thank you for watching this grand finals, and you better stick around.
If we sail a little bit high, a little bit low, we're still a little bit young, but I'm all in. We're still a little bit dumb, but I'm all in. We're still a little bit young, but I'm all in. We're still a little bit dumb, but I'm all in. Our lips, it tasted like those cigarettes. Staring at the moon, we'd go to bed. In my arms, you're safe and sound, without a threat. And I can't wait to see what happens next. How far can we get if
sail a little bit high, a little bit low, how far can we get if we sail a little bit high, a little bit low? We're still a little bit young, but I'm all in. We're still a little bit dumb, but I'm all in. We're still a little bit young, but I'm all in. We're still a little bit dumb, but I'm all in. If we sail a little bit high, a little bit low, a little bit high, a little bit low, a little bit high, a little bit low, a little bit high, a little bit low. I don't know any road that lead us back home, and I don't know any road that lead us back home. How far can we get if we sail a little bit high, a little bit low? I need us to be a little bit high, a little bit low.
Welcome back to the stream, ladies and gentlemen. We saw ourselves a thrilling grand finals, which went all the way to Game 7 to end off the rival tier. It was the perfect finish, and we saw one happy organisation at the end of it. Of course, it is Azteca Esports taking their second tier of the season. Of course, they won Challenger only just yesterday, but only just last week even. But this week, of course, is been all about Rival and Elite. And Rival, again, goes to the gold team. Azteca have taken it. And of course, as is historical here over in RSC, we do interview the winners. So if they would like to unmute and say a quick hi to the stream, welcome stream. Here is Azteca.
Hello.
Wait, there we go. We got one person.
Hello.
There we are. There we are.
Oh, God.
It was an insane grand finals. I want to start off going to Matrix because Matrix, I'll tell you now, I don't think it's any surprise to you that you were the MVP for that grand final and you've been a top force throughout the entire season. How did that grand finals feel to you and how did it compare to the other series you've been playing?
Yeah, man. I won't lie. It took me a couple series to get warmed up today, but I'm glad this was the series to really pick it up. Yeah, it's just like to put that performance on in the grand final. I don't know how I did it.
Well, it was certainly great. Let's sort of move down the line here, and I'll just go to Morv next. Morv, you sort of GM of Azteca, sort of big deal around these parts apparently when Azteca's winning everything. So now you've sort of watched a team win a title. You've won a title yourself now. I just want to get a quick sort of what's the secret sauce behind GMing teams to victory and then sort of winning them yourself, because you just seem to be the magic man for Azteca.
Well, thank you, Hodge, but I genuinely have no idea. We are the least experienced franchise management duo in the entirety of this season. I think we all just have we all collectively have one AGM season in ERS, and none of the rest of us. Shin, I don't know if Shin wants to join, but he didn't really want to join for Challenger. We don't have any experience at all, and it just kind of happened. It's just kind of happened. I think it's the aura that Azteca kind of carries with it, and
Yes.
that's why I stuck with it for a while now. and it's kind of just getting people that enjoy being together on a team. And if you're franchise management, it's just making sure that you get people that you enjoy being around, you enjoy spending time with, and sort of building that sort of little home around you that you can feel comfortable in. And from that stem the results. We have now never not tier. I'm sorry for all this. I'm sorry for all this. We have now never not won a tier, and it's just kind of. I feel like the answer is Azteca has an incredible aura. I'm gonna put myself down. Thank you.
Well, I got my notepad out in case I wanted to manage next season as well, and I've written aura and have fun, so I'll try and incorporate that to my organisation next season. Thank you very much, Morv. But Wonder, also you are, of course, a piece of this puzzle. You were in that grand finals. You had an excellent goal pretty early in the series as well. And I was wondering if there were any opponents today that you would like to give credit to.
I'll give credit to 20 Robin and Sank. Sank, to me, seemed like the better team before the finals, but 20 Robin deserved to be there at the end of the day.
And Anima as well.
Our only two opponents.
Yeah.
Yes, and Anima, of course, you are also a part of this roster. You had to play your minimum games as well. What is it like being with this group of people and having to sit back and watch them play that grand finals? Is that something that comes natural to you? Because I can tell you now there are not a lot of players that are cut out to do that and just have minimal games but perform when they're needed.
When you say it comes naturally, yeah, sitting back and watching the team win does come naturally. These guys absolutely, I mean, throughout the season have been insane, and I think the best roster ended up playing our playoffs, and obviously the evidence is in front of us. So honestly, huge shout out to these guys. Amazing people to be around, and amazing Rocket League players as well. So no, it's been a great season.
Oh, that's great. I want to ask this question to anyone who wants to answer it. Feel free for anyone to chip in with this, but it's more with that timeout that you guys took at the end of Game 6, I believe, and I just want to get a sort of idea of what was going on in that timeout, because you guys highlighted that when it comes to franchise management, you guys are sort of more about making sure the players are having a good time, making sure the vibes are high. So when it comes to these timeouts, is it more about fixing individual mistakes, or is it literally more about just making sure those vibes stay high and that everyone is in a good mental space going into that Game 7?
It was all about the toilet break.
Yeah.
Dan needed a toilet break, guys. There was literally we were making tactical notes between most games, and I think that was the only one where there was nothing said. And
literally leaking our strats, dude. Literally leaking our strats.
Wow. Me and Matrix were discussing whether we want to do it, and I'm like, yeah, screw it. Let's make him wait, because we felt like this grand final was kind of, even though it was really weird. I don't know how it was to watch, but like a super one-sided game on our side, and a super one-sided game to them, and another super one-sided game to us, to them. But like, yeah, I just felt like none of us were fazed by that a single bit, and this is like the least. This is the least nervous I've felt in a grand final.
Some may say aura. Danny Boy may say swagger.
Oh my goodness! Leave it in the
past. It was just a timeout to make them wait, literally to make them waiting for Dan to take a lead.
Nice one.
Wow. And I found that really interesting, hearing about the note taking in between games. I don't think I've ever really heard of another team take such a professional approach in that sense. But now I want to talk about some individual moments, and both the ones I want to ask about were in that final game. I want to go in order, so I'm going to start off with Morv. That second to last goal, you have the opportunity to go for the shot yourself. You've self-set it up as well. You decide at the very last second to abandon it and go for the bump. It was Justin versus Scrub Killer-esque there in the grand finals. What was going through your mind there? Because I just think that is such a professional shot to go for with that kind of pressure.
Ooh, his car is there. I can bump it.
It just comes naturally.
I didn't.
Cold as ice.
I didn't think of shooting it at all. Like,
wow.
Yeah.
Built different, guys. He's built different.
He is built
just
different.
like that. Just like that.
And wonder, 1 second was left on the clock by the time your shot hit the back of the net. How did that feel? Going for that final shot, watching it reach the goal, and realizing that that was going to make you and the rest of your team champions.
I don't even think I had ball cam on at first, so I didn't see it go in. But yeah, I got the demo on. I can't remember who it was, and Mauve just hit it down to me. So I thought, hit and hope.
Wow.
Sometimes that just does the job.
I mean,
You might even... we seem like the most undeserved team of winning it here. What did we do? I don't know. Like just hit the ball or something.
I just clicked my fingers and
just be better. Just be better, I guess.
Nah,
Wow.
he knew it went in because I screamed at the top of my lungs.
And I've got a little bonus question. It kind of escapes the series a little bit. It kind of escapes the rival tier as well. And I'm going to send this one across to the GM and the AGM. You have, of course, one rival, and you have one challenger as well. Who do you think are your biggest threats into potentially getting franchise of the season, which now becomes a lot more realistic after those 2 tier wins?
This is an easy question. Morph, don't screw it up. You're not gonna answer. I'll answer. Green Phoenix.
Okay.
Yeah, it's Green Phoenix.
Okay.
Stingray especially is so good on scouting for draft as well, and I think he always seems to build successful rosters. So I think what he needs to do to displace us now is get a tier win of his own.
They still have Elite and Master, and we just have Elite, and I'm not sure if Elite, they're in upper bracket, but. Yeah, tune into Elite. RMD, Fish and Happy.
Of course, thank you very much. Tune in tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, for Elite Playoffs. And, well, Hodge, I've exhausted all of my questions, so I'll leave it to you if you have any left, or, of course, we can say goodbye and close down the stream.
To be honest, Pegasus, I think you've sort of went everywhere and covered quite a lot of the angles here. I just want to say a massive congratulations to everyone on the Azteca roster here, and just... I want to give you all an opportunity to say anything you want within reason, and give any shout outs that you possibly want to anyone watching the stream.
Shout out form. Yeah, I'll shout out. Who do I shout out? Toby, Saib, Rube, Sam, like a lot of Benelux boys, really. GCXL, Team. Yeah, just like all the people in the tier that really supported me even when they went out and maybe didn't have enough interest in the tier. And also, join the streaming team. That is 3 streamers that have won a tier. I'm just saying, guys. I'm just saying.
What is the secret?
It's a shame the casters don't get the same charm. It seems Pegasus.
Okay.
Maybe next season.
I just want to say also two things. Sorry, this is taking so long, but first shout out Anima. This is he has played a lot more than just the minimum games. He was we didn't really understand what to do because both Dan, Wander, and Anima were like completely equally equally good at playing with both me and Matrix, and it's not very easy to play with me and Matrix, I'm not gonna lie, and they both did it so well throughout the season, and we were just switching back and forth, which one do we play, and it literally just came down to Anima having internet problems at the beginning of the warm-up scrim, and
for those who know.
Yeah, and then Dan stepped in and we kept playing well, and we're like, oh yeah, let's just roll with Dan, but like Anima has been an absolutely crucial part to us this season. I cannot overstate that. And he was just amazing. And the second thing is shout out 20R, shout out 20 Robin for making this a very, very long series. Hopefully a fun series to watch for the viewers, a fun series for you guys to cast as well. It's definitely fun for us to play. and obviously just makes it better now. But yeah, they were really good. Shout out to them.
Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. You have just heard the voices of your rival champions here in RSC14. As Tekka Tizuk are able to take that crown, there are plenty of trophies next to the names of these players. Matrix actually picking up his first, so congratulations to him as well. And Hodge, what a season it has been so far. What a group of playoffs it has been so far. And today was another one like no other.
Oh, it was really another one like no other. Like you say, it was certainly a special one today. We didn't see a bracket reset like the couple that we've already seen, but we didn't need a bracket reset. It was such a hype series, and well, I think now we just sort of look at the rest of what we have still to come. We've got tomorrow in the elite tier, where we're going to see another group of teams all clashed for the title, and then next week as well, the Master Division playoffs. So we've still got a lot left to cover here in RSC 14. It's not stopping yet, and Pegasus, I believe that's all we've got left to cover today.
I'll say it one final time for the people at home and those in my VC as well. Azteca Tizuk are your RSC 14 rival champions. Another champion is to be crowned tomorrow here on the RSC stream in the Elite Division. It has a history of being the most hyped tier, and I tell you what, these other tiers have given them quite a challenge. We will see you all next time. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. Goodbye.